Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Monday, July the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me. Thank you, Green. And maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same thing. I want to make sure you guys can hear me and see my screen in YouTube. All right, guys. So first of all, let's take a look at the trade of the week before we get into anything. Snap is the trade of the week. There was not one last week, so Snap is the trade of the week. Suggested entry 1640. I know it's at 1643 right now, but those entries are usually always based on market hours, normal market hours. So up to you, of course. Not very much volume yet, so I would, my personal opinion, I would probably wait if you're looking on doing it. But that is, thank you, NIB in our YouTube room. So that is the trade of the week. So let's take a look at the movers this morning. IVP moving higher on no news that I can see. Of course, this had a interesting day or interesting week last week. This is Friday. This is remember now. So Thursday was, so that would have been Wednesday. Wednesday, I got up to 311, so it's challenging that level again. Don't see any news on it today. Can't remember what happened on Friday, on Wednesday. But even last week, the week before, sorry, it had a bit of a run. ZAPP, ZAPP. No news that I can see, but you know, again, this started really moving back here on June 13th. Then had an interesting day on Friday. Big topping tail, bottoming tail. Today we have taken out the 200-day moving average so far. Anyway, 200-day moving average is 530. So yeah, so it's way above the 200-day moving average right now. EV play out of the UK. Poet just keeps moving. You know, this has been a Canadian company out of Toronto. Not a low float, 60 million in the float, but it just keeps, I mean, it started 3 weeks ago, sorry. Well, maybe arguably this week in April, but last week, look at the week it had, closed near the highs and now above the high of last week. And that is Poet, P-O-E-T. Meanwhile, the SPY guys, big move here. Now, notice I didn't put anything in economic calendar. There didn't appear to be anything. There was something at 3:30, but by that time I'd be long gone. But didn't appear to be anything in the economic calendar today. No, none of the Fed guys talking. And Spanish stock, not too many of them. GRFS trading higher after Brookfield confirmed it held exploratory discussions with certain shareholders of the company in relation to a potential joint offer for shares. So maybe a takeover, buyout, merger. Through the 200-day moving average. Disaster du jour is this one. My goodness, HLVX. Hopefully, no. I don't think I've really seen this one before, so I don't really recall talking about this in the room ever. But anyway, HLVX trading lower after the company announced the NEST-IN1 clinical study did not meet its primary or secondary efficacy endpoints, and the company will discontinue further development. So it looks like, I don't know if William's in the room right now, but it looks like this is all they do. You know, it's the only drug they've got. A lot of shares available, actually, at Interactive Brokers to short. Not that I want to do it now, but 173,000, but down 86%. I do see Lucid here. I do see Lucid. Yeah. This is just noticing it gapping up here. And it's right there now. Announces Q2 production and deliveries. So they produced 2,100, delivered 2,300. I guess that's good for them. RCM, Morgan Stanley maintains overweight, maintains overweight, and also puts a $17 price target on RCM. I think that's the only reason this is moving that I can see. It thumped last week. Thank you, William. So that is probably it for HLVX then. CRKN, guys, is on the move here. Something to do with Paramount. Paramount, of course. Well, here we go. So turning higher after the company entered into a contracting agreement with Paramount Networks, expand, et cetera, et cetera. Also, they revised their Q3 guidance. And Paramount, so I guess the deal is done now, according to what I read this morning. Rises on the new Skydance deal. It could be the best shareholders will get. So I'm assuming, but you know what? We've seen this before. So I mean, this it popped up to 1270. It's given up not quite $1. IDYA. Yeah, this is a big gap up, guys. After jumping after positive study data from Cancer Study. So that, and it's a mid-stage trial. So that is a big move for IDYA, up 18%. Not a huge float, not a low float, 74 million in the float. But you can see it just wiped out all of this. MYO, now this is technically not an earnings play. MYO is technically not an earnings play, but I guess they've come out with, they've issued preliminary Q2 revenue guidance above the estimates. They don't release earnings until August, but so this is not exactly technically an earnings play, but it might as well be. MYO. Right at the 200-day moving average. 312 is the 200-day, so it's right at it. Last week's little star cost looks like it's looks like it's given up. You know what? There were no shares available for me to short for KOSS about, I don't know, 10 minutes ago. So there's obviously some short covering at Interactive Brokers. I always have to mention that. I'm talking about my broker, Interactive Brokers. There are now 56,000. Not that I want to short it right now, but shorts have become available now. Really interesting, William. All right, I do see an earnings play at legit. Well, when I say legitimate, this is they released earnings. It's not preliminary or anything like that. And that is GBX. Not very much volume yet. Only 15,000 shares, but this is an earnings play, GBX, and you can see it has taken out, or it's right at the 200-day moving average. Again, that blue line on my daily chart, that is the 200-day moving average. Now, yeah, so Daniel, you're obviously in Texas somewhere. So yeah, so that hurricane is I guess, hitting Texas. And my guess is that when we take a look at the major sectors, that the energy plays are probably moving higher just because of what might happen in the Gulf, I guess, with the disruption of oil production. So having said that, let's just take a quick look. Well, I couldn't have been more wrong. Interesting. Okay, so first of all, this is what you're seeing here. These are the major sectors. XLE is a major ETF for energy. And so when you see 84% red, that means that 84% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. So I was completely wrong there. I thought that maybe with some disruption in oil production, the price of oil would go up. Well, maybe that has happened, but anyway, 85% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from Friday's close. So what is the strongest sector so far? Well, first of all, let's take a look at OIH. These are the some of the ETFs. So, well, okay. So there's oil services. Oil services are popping. Okay, OIH. Give me one moment. I'll be right back. Anyway, so yeah, so there's OIH. Oil services are popping. SMH, of course, semis. Um, let's take a look. Is anything so lad? Yeah. Okay, Target guys. Target's got some volume this morning. Target, Target, TGT has got some volume. Target announces come on, back to school. It's only July. Anyway, back to school and college savings, including 20 must have supplies for under $20 total, exclusive savings for Target Circle members. So I guess that is the reason for the pop in Target this morning. It's leading that sector. Okay, guys, I'm going to get rid of this now. What? What are you talking about? Kids start July 22nd. That cannot be all across your country. That must be, what is it, sort of a state thing? Re- Okay, wow, that's crazy. Unless they get off in April or something. Okay, guys. Now, Morph, I didn't talk about Morph. You can see right here, flatlining across. What does that mean? Well, it's a buyout. So, and being bought out by Lilly, Eli Lilly. So, LLY buying Morph. What all this means is that if somehow, if Morph decides they don't want to go ahead with it, they're going to owe Lilly a termination fee of $118 million. Boeing also got hit with that huge penalty. Let's see. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know if the market is just saying, okay, this is now behind us. Yeah, that's why it's a relief. So stock rises after the guilty plea in the criminal case. Well, anyway, so they had the big hit. Captain, what are you talking about? Boeing? So they had a big settlement, $500 million. They pled guilty to fraud, and I'm sorry, not half of it. They were paying, sorry, a quarter of a billion, 246 million to resolve this lawsuit. And there was something else. They had to commit a whole bunch of money to safety, etc. But that's basically that was the news. That was on. I think that happened on Sunday, or maybe early this morning. It reminds me a little bit like some of the opioid settlements. You see some huge numbers. Companies getting fined a huge amount in the opioid settlements, and yet their stock rises. And I guess the feeling, okay, we now know the number. Maybe it's not as bad as we thought it was going to be. We can put it behind us. I, I mean, why do you say that, William? I'm looking at Bitcoin here. I did see Riot moving a little bit, and I guess Mara. I do see Bitcoin up 1.4%. They're starting out strong. You're right. Okay. Okay. ZAPP. So the high in the pre-market was 832. I don't see any reason for it, guys. I'm looking at my headlines in Interactive Brokers. I do not see any specific reason today. Probably just maybe a continue, but I'm not sure what happened on Friday either. If there was any specific reason, other than the fact it's 1.9 million in the float. I mean, it started back here in April. I do remember this week, I'm sorry, in June, middle of June. I do remember this day. So it's probably maybe just kind of continuation from here. Morning, Deborah. Well, I guess an argument can be made that if Riot can take out 10, I'll stick an alert here, but Bitcoin's really going to have to rally. And then how's Mara doing? See, look, I mean, the huge difference between Riot and Mara. Look at that 200-day moving average. There's for Riot 1155, so it's above. And when we look at Mara, I think, yeah, you can see Mara is quite a bit above the 200-day moving average. So All right, guys. So here are some of the ones that are under a dollar that I did not talk about. But here's one: VRPX, under a dollar. Almost got to a dollar in the pre-market, pulled all the way back, 62 cents, and then a little bit of a move now, and that is VRPX. They announced a $2.5 million loan financing, an additional pact with it with some investor. NNE, a real big pop. Sorry, NNE had a big pop. Got up to 30, almost $35, pulled all the way back down to 29. Again, this is, for me, this is a really tough intraday trader, but still alive here, guys. All right. So anybody out there with that has our AI, our premium service, this is all I would do. Okay, this is the window that I would look at. Strategy trades all. So how to load this window? If you click on new from the toolbar, and then the middle one, we have three that start off with premium AI. Pick the middle one, premium AI strategy trades window. Forget about the rest. Okay, in my opinion, don't overwhelm yourself with again, in my opinion, unnecessary data. This is, in my opinion, all you look at. Make it really easy on yourself. The other thing I would do is make sure in that filter box that says none. If it doesn't, click the little down arrow and uncheck whatever is checked. Notice there's nothing in this box yet. You will not get an alert until at least 9:40, in 10 minutes after the market opens. That is by design. And again, I'm not saying we'll get one at 9:40, but and then what I would do is use it like a watch list, follow the stocks all day long. Well, let's see what sort of market volume we get today after the well, I call it last week, definitely a slow week in terms of overall market volume. Certainly not a slow week if you've got trade ideas. We always find these movers, but if you're looking for the big stocks, the larger stocks, yeah, volume was down. SPY was down in terms of volume. Certainly not in terms of being up, but look at the volume. So let's say we get back to these days, 100 million. All right, here's this China stock, EJH. Now, this is a big move, guys. I mean, potential. Look at this. So, what's the volume like? Pretty good volume, 90,000 shares, 33 million in the float. Not a low float, not a huge float. I don't see any news specifically on it, but it's had a great run from 39 cents, 42 cents or so. This was June 10th. So less than a month ago, this was a 40-cent stock, $1.53 today. And when you look left, it still has room, 292. The highs looking left. All right, guys, I am now going to put the layout that I'm going to use once this market opens. So I'm going to get rid of the layout you see here and just get the layout I'll use when the market opens. All right, guys. So I'm just going to rearrange a few things on my other monitors. And get these guys down. Okay, so there we go. So now I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit after, not that everything is settled down after 15, but certainly they're more settled down than in the first 15. So that's just my style. Now, as I said last week, I've got my don't repeat gap continuation or reversal scan up and running, and I am definitely going to be paying attention to that one. And all the scans that you hear me talk about are on my homepage. Okay, so you can have it. You can take a look at them. I'll just put my homepage link in. All right. So if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, by the way, yeah, this promo code is still good until tonight, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, 25% off. But here are the scans. Okay, here are my scans that I'm currently sharing, and this is what I was talking about: the gap continuation or reverse. This is on my other monitor. Here are the three races that you see. They haven't started yet, but here are the three races. There's the Halts resumes, but I have other scans, of course, that I'm sharing. While the market is still marching upwards, guys. What a run since 7 o'clock. No economic news that I could see, but wow, what a just unstoppable so far. Yeah, I saw that dip buyer consumer. Actually, I thought it was 3:30, but that's okay. 3 o'clock, 3:30. That's the only thing I saw in the economic calendar. Yeah, ENVX certainly was. We saw this one last week and maybe even the week before. Yeah, it's been had a nice run since end of April. All right, guys, less than a minute for this market open. So let's have a great start to this trading week. Now we're back to sort of normal until Labor Day in terms of market holidays and all. And we have about 10 seconds for this market to open. All right, guys, we are now open. Now, this neg was very active last week. NEGG, very active last week. All right. So there's no data so far in the large cap losers from the start of the race. No stocks meeting the filter requirements yet, which makes a little bit of sense, with the market doing this. Whoa, good for you, William. Good for you, William. I know you took this one. I don't know if you're still in it. HLVX. Okay, guys, you've heard me talk about. I don't know if Todd is in the room right now. I think he's in this one with me. This is this LVPH. I mentioned this one last week early. I said I don't often do swing trading at all, but this is done on sort of a hunch. Now, I will say this, I did take some off right at the end on Friday, right around a little over 35. I was in at 31.50. Nice call on Bitcoin, William. BTDR. Yeah, nice call so far. Looks like some of the Bitcoin players are moving. At least this one is BTDR. And meanwhile, remember that was a mildly red candle to start. Look at it now. This on the SPY. Of course, we're so early. A couple of minutes into the market. Look at that giant green candle, all-time high now for the SPY. I think. All right, so this one is running counter to the market. Look at ZIM, guys. This is running counter to the market. ZIM just big drop down now. ZIM. I'm seeing HEPS, HEPS, probably a low float. Actually, it's not a low float. I wonder if that float is correct. Maybe 159 million. It's up 4%. Boy, look at this. I know this is a shipper, guys, but look at ZIM just absolutely getting crushed here. Down 12%, 12.5%. But look at this candle. This was, kind of sitting around 2082. Wow, good for you guys. I know wait a minute. Sorry, guys. I know it's halted. I thought it might have been halted on the way up, but this ZAP is halted on the way down. So, bit of an uh-oh. Okay, look at some of the flyers now, guys. So IVP giving it up. ZAP certainly giving it up. Shady is in. Let's take a look at PSNY. PSNY is long at 103. PSNY on the weekly chart, it's got some room to 121. And there's PSNY at the top of the, not right at the top of the leaderboard in the second place in the leaderboard here for the biggest gainers from the start of the race. That's a big float. So I guess this got halted on the way down. Okay, HLVX just got, I'm sorry, it resumed. All right, now this SYT has been super active. Halted on the way down though. This was super active a few days ago. Got up to, look what happened. I mean, 3 attempts to get through that 200-day moving average. Last week, could not quite do it. I mean, I know it poked, no, couldn't do it. Couldn't quite do it. Poked a little bit ahead, above it on Friday, I think. No, it didn't. Right into the 200-day on Friday. Could not get through it. Wow, look at Myo now, guys. Myoma, Myomo, MYO. Mentioned this one in the pre-market. It's not technically an earnings play, but it may as well be. They issued preliminary guidance, etc. I can't see the headline, but there it is, above the estimate. So this may as well be an earnings play. Boy, there are a lot of shares available. They're short 3 million almost at Interactive Brokers. All right, so I don't know. WeTouch, wow. They announced a buyback program, but then just got thumped on the way down. And there's ANVS, guys. So the next high, so it took out that high of 2 days ago. I see somebody take that one. Okay, so Shady is long this one, ANVS. Showing up right here, leaderboard. A lot of room on the weekly chart anyway, $20. The 200-day moving average is well above it also. I'm sorry, that's the weekly. I'm sorry. There's the 200-day moving average. Okay, so that's well above the 200-day moving average. Some of these Chinese stocks are getting hit a bit here, guys. TME anyway. TME on the way down. I see LI on the way down. LI on the way down. Let's take a look at KWeb just in general. Let's see what's happening with some of the with the overall China market. Yeah, look at KWeb. So KWeb, China Internet ETF, out of this. So if you're looking to buy a China stock, I'd be, you know, and unless it has specific news on its own, I'd be looking at KWeb. And if KWeb is moving down, I'd probably shy away from buying a China stock unless it has some specific news on its own, of its own. Yeah, look at it. Wow. So that just took out that high, ANVS. It just took out that high of 1261. Shortable for me. Not very many shorts either. So this is at Interactive Brokers anyway. Only 6,000 shares available. Well, this could be an interesting one. The First Foundation, FFWM. Where are they out of? Another China stock, guys. Another China stock. So this is, running counter to the rest of the China market. I'm sorry. I am sorry. This is Turkey. I do squint to see this little flag here. So that is a Turkey stock. Okay. So the next high looking left for this one is 579 or so. Well, guys, you can already tell if you were in the room last week, you know that this Halts resumes. This normally is really active, hardly any activity on Wednesday. Of course, Wednesday was half a day. Friday, hardly anything. And look, we've already got a bunch of Halts resumes and we're only, 18 minutes into the market. Did I say 18? I meant 13 or 12. So there, yeah. So this resumed. So VRPX, so got over $1. Boy, that's a tough one for me anyway to look at. But if you're in it, this got up to 97 cents in the pre-market, dropped all the way back down to 60 cents. And now it's took out that pre-market high. It's all about a $2.5 million loan financing and some kind of an additional pact with an investor. Question in our YouTube room: when does the AI generate trades? Nothing till at least 9:40. Okay, doesn't mean there will be one at 9:40, but nothing until at least. Well, obviously there isn't one. We're at 9:43 right now. Earliest would be at 9:40, but doesn't mean there will be one at 9:40. And obviously today there was not. Man, remember we're looking at EJH as a potential something that had a lot of room. Look at it now. I mean, that's so again, Jonathan, in our YouTube room, if you this is all I would do is just have this window, okay, open for the AI. If you don't know where to find that, just go to our toolbar, click on New, and then there are 3 that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. This is the window that you're going to see. No alerts yet. And the other thing I would do is uncheck if that filter box does not say none. Just hit the little down arrow and uncheck whatever is checked. Probably profitable trades is checked. I would uncheck it. I would want to see the AI alerts all day long. Okay. And then you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is going to be up to you. Okay, guys, I'm seeing Pulse, PLSE, PLSE. They're trading higher after the company announced. Sometimes my feed is just getting a little. Maybe another one. All right, my Headline news for IB is a little bit slow. I'm seeing the headlines. Anyway, it's an FDA breakthrough device designation for PLSE. Another one that was flying high in the pre-market was CRKN. And the theme of the day right now is that the high flyers so far are giving most up. ZAP, IVP, EJH, CRKN, the ones that were really moving higher in the pre-market. I forgot to mention Sedge, guys. I think I had Sedge. SEDG, forgot to mention this one. SEDG, I think it's up because Bank of America upgraded it with a $29 price target. Now look at VRPX now, guys. I mean, this was a ugly one. Is now I think it's halted on the way down. I think, yeah, it's halted on the way down. So if you have shorts available, I don't, but IVP just showed up on the gap up and reverse scan. Okay, just showed up here. I do not have shorts available for IVP. I'm not saying to do it, but you can see what it's looking for. Stock that gapped up and now starting to reverse. That is that scan right there, which is and one of the ones that I am sharing. All right, we do have our first AI. Let's take a look at this one, Pulse. All right, so yeah, I'm looking at the Pulse. I thought it was a little bit untradeable because of the spread. And there's that NNE. Did hit almost 35 in the pre-market. So yeah, this is actually BENF is a gap down and reverse. Okay. So as I think somebody said it was at the VWAP maybe. Yeah, the VWAP's at 4, so it's holding the VWAP. There's that 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. It's above that. So of course this was a super active one on Friday. Got up here 627, closed here at 482. It's pretty decent, pretty big percentage pullback. But let's see if it can move. Can't remember if it had any news. This is just a stock out of Turkey. Another one out of Turkey, guys. So we had another one. What was it earlier? So to me, if this can take out, you're giving up quite a bit, though. You know, I'm looking at this in the pre-market, 435. You're giving up quite a bit, though. Now, it won't matter if it gets back close to the highs on Friday, but Okay, this BENF, guys, is very interesting to me. I mean, I know I love to see it take this out, the 436, but that's too much to give up. It's holding over the VWAP. It's over closed over that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, that blue line you see there. And it's probably a crazy low float, 1.5 million in the float. Yeah, but look at BENF, guys. I mean, 404, yeah, it looks like it's starting to fade a bit now. So I'm going to have to back off it. I think what I'll do is I'll put a price alert around 419 or so and see if it takes that out later on. Okay, so Conrad, I'm sharing a lot of individual scans, okay, including the three you see. Well, these are three races, okay, and the Halts resumes, and you can find them. But I have other scans that I'm sharing. It's sort of a pick and choose, okay, a la carte. You can pick and choose what you might like. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Scroll down to the middle, and here are my scans. So here are the three races that you see, okay? These three right here, these are the three races. There's the Halts resumes. But I am sharing other scans that you can't see that are on my other monitors, including the gap continuation or reversal scan right there. So you can kind of take a look at some of them, and I try to name them so that you might look at that, go, I wouldn't mind taking a look to see what that's all about. Okay. And then as far as the charts are concerned, I mean that not everybody wants to see a 15 daily and weekly, so you can. I hope you know how to assemble your own charts with your time frames that you want. Good for you guys. I know you were talking about ZAP and over the VWAP, I believe 690, and now it's halted. I'm going to go over a lot of all the information you see on my homepage and some of the scans, etc., in about 20 minutes. I usually do it around 10:15 to 10:20 or so. Okay, that's just a general statement. Here's one I didn't see in the pre-market at all, guys. TRNR, interactive strength. Didn't see this one at all. Popped up to 140, came all the way back down to 111. On the move again here, probably a low float. What's going on with Turkey, guys? There must be something happening in Turkey. Rarely do we see so many Turkish stocks. Is there something, an election or? But something is happening in Turkey because that's the third Turkish stock that I've seen. BRICS, okay. Well, because again, that's the third Turkish stock that I've seen, TRNR. There's BENF and the one before that. Was that a reverse split today or? Okay, guys, there's Myo now. Myo, MYO. So now the next high looking left for Myo is 380, 414, 414. That is on the weekly chart. And if you have the AI, you should have seen that one. Okay, Myo, guys, Myo, MYO. 413, the next high looking left, 414, the next high looking left on the weekly. If somehow it takes that out, 438. Okay, IVP trying to have a bit of a comeback. Not a big one yet, though. All right, where could Zap open? So I haven't shown this yet. So this blue screen you see here, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You can see the symbol, but it is the ZAPP, Zap. There's the halt price, 766. And this column is showing the potential of where the open could be. Okay, now it doesn't have to be 742, or you see how this changes. Now, if you're in this one, you would hope that, actually this number would be above the current halt price, but is this the first time? No, this is not the first time it was halted either. Just opened, guys. It just opened. So I was just going to say, typically there are 5-minute halts, and you can see exactly to the second. This was a 5-minute halt. I got halted at 9:53 plus 20 seconds, open at 9:58 plus 20 seconds. Typically they are 5-minute halts. All right, guys, this has got some room. I got a lot of room. Sedge, SEDG has got a lot of room. 2872 is the next high looking left. So it has got a ton of room on the daily chart, okay? And when I say room, I'm just looking left to see where the next high is. And this has had an upgrade by Bank of America. To $29, okay? The first halt was for Zap was a halt. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I think it was right there. Yeah, on that move. All right, guys, I still do have my eye on the BENF. Okay. If it takes us out, this 417 area. Sedge, guys, SEDG. It's up to you, of course, but I mentioned, look at the room it's got, okay? No, well, BENF has got a lot of room also, but we're talking about the SEDG. Okay, I can't tell you to take the trade, but I'm just pointing out what I'm seeing. And this is, I said that I really want to pay attention to this, especially as we get closer and closer into earnings season. This gap up, or the gap continuation or reversal scanner. All right, guys, I am taking some off of the SEDG. Wow, I got a great, I was going to take some off just underneath 50, and now I'm going to wait now. I thought it was going to maybe stall at the 50-cent level. Wow. Again, I really recommend you take a look at this scan, okay? I really recommend it. I'm going to go over it in a lot more detail in about 10 minutes. Okay, now I've taken some off, okay? I've taken some off the SEDG. Oh, too bad. This is a gap up and reverse, okay? But I have no shorts now for CRKN. Okay, so yeah, no shorts available for me for CRKN. Yeah, so Zap. Pretty, it's a challenge, to say the least. All right, this one is another active one, guys. NAAS, okay? It was active on the way down, perhaps. All right, what is the market doing after the first hour or half hour? So we had two green bars. Now we're getting a red bar. Okay, so great example anyway, I think anyway, of how to use the AI. So we had an alert for MYO. I did not take this one, okay? But if you had the AI, we had the alert at 369. It popped up to almost $4. Now, from 369 to $4, almost $4, that's a great percentage move. The AI, if you just follow it sort of in auto fashion, got out for a loss. That'd be crazy. Okay, that'd be absolutely crazy. As a trader, you should never do that. I mean, if you get in it, even if you don't get right in at 369, say you got in at 372, 373, and got out at 390. I mean, that's a great percentage move. So, but it could still move later on in the day. Yeah, AMVS, awesome. Very, very nice. Had a pretty big pullback, right back down to 1250, but then a $2 tack on. Don't short Tesla. Wow. So this is if you wanted to short Tesla and you would buy this, okay? But of course you're hoping Tesla goes down. This is an ETF designed specifically for shorting Tesla. But you can see right here, look at this. So just looking at Tesla. Yeah, look at that. Wow. Wow. Look at SEDG, guys. I mean, you can see why I'm excited about this scan. What time is it now? Give me another 8 minutes or so, and I'm going to go over the scan in detail. Now, again, not every single alert you get is going to be, looking like this one, but now it's getting right into that next high. 20. You know what? It still has $1. 28.7, almost $1. Okay, SLDB, big pop here. Let's see, look left. 621. Yeah, to me, it just has too much resistance, not that far away for me. Wow, this has got some room on the way down, guys, at least to the next low on the weekly chart. And then I'm talking our house, ARHS, okay, ARHS. And I don't see price target cut to 16 from 22 by Jefferies. And that's the only news I can see. So Jefferies downgrading this to 16, but it's already broken down through that. So let's see if it can settle down just a little bit here and then give us how many shares of a ton of shares available at Interactive Brokers, 1.44 million. So plenty of shorts available for this one for me. Wow, this is getting closer and closer to that high, guys. 28.72. I mean, it's 60 cents away. 60 cents away from that high. This is the reason after Bank of America Global Research raises it to neutral from underperform, and they put a 29 price target on it. I'm getting set to, if this, I have my doubts it's going to, get close to that 28.72, but how you trade it, of course, is going to be up to you. What is the float in Mayo? Well, this is what we have. 28 million, 28.5 million. That's what we have anyway. Okay, just saying, guys, I'm out of it. Okay, the SEDG. You say if it gives up that flirting with that 20, I just had my doubts it was going to get close to that 28.70. It still might, but how you trade it, up to you. But I'm out of it now. All right, so it's ANVS, great one by Shady and anybody else who took it. All about the room, guys. Look left. All about the room looking left. I wish this had showed up on the gap up and go. All right, PNNT. Let's see. On a weekly chart, can't see any resistance on a weekly chart. I'd have to break it out further, I guess. Take a look at a monthly chart for this one. Looks like the next high is around $8, 8.02. Yeah, so not that interesting to me because of that high. Maybe keep an eye on this one. Well, maybe not. I'm looking left on the weekly chart for PSNL. To me, I just see too much resistance, potential resistance. Okay, guys, it's 10:13. I think I'll go over my homepage now, and what you'll find on my homepage, plus all the scans, well, including all the scans, I should say. Okay, so I just, if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So right at the very top, this promo code is still active, Barry25. That'll get you 25% off, first month only, or the entire year of Trade Ideas, okay? And as always, now this, it may be still active tomorrow. I cannot guarantee that, because the email says it'll disappear. It'll disappear 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight, okay? It may still be active tomorrow, but I cannot guarantee that. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help the rooms, keep them free. The rooms get credit for the subscription if you use my promo code. It's that simple. These are free rooms, and we want to keep it that way, okay? If you do take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. These are 10 short videos. The first one, download and install, first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. So 10 short videos, please do that first. If you are brand new to trading or very new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. This is a free series of videos that you can take a look at, created by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. Okay, this is not third party, and I like to mention that because if you sign up for it or if you click on it, you're not going to get inundated by third party ads, etc. Okay, this is created from within Trade Ideas. Okay, stock of the day video that I do, you can sign up for it here. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. Let's see how it's doing. The trade of the week this week is Snap, SNAP. And the trigger was 1640. Did it hit 1640? Yeah, it did actually trigger, guys. Okay, because it has to trigger during market hours, and so it did trigger. Now, how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is going to be up to you. But it did trigger. It did hit 1640. Drop down here. So if you sign up for the trade of the week, it is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. This is the education section over here. We have a great user guide. There's the getting started again. Now, you want a lot more detail about what an alert window is or a top list window is and how to create your own stock races, okay? TI Stock Racing. You will see the 3 of them here, okay? So much more detail about how to create your own stock race. I'm going to go over mine here, but you want to create your own. It shows you exactly how to do it. I love putting price alerts on charts. If you want to create your own watch list of stocks that you want to follow, you can do it right here. Now, don't get hung up on all the information that's in the user guide. It's like any other software program. There's a lot of information, but you don't have to learn everything, obviously. Here's the Getting Started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Monday. It should be Chris Varley. I will confirm that before I do take my break. All right, so we saw the Zap. What does Zap do? Boy, it's a tough one right now. So somebody's saying that wow. So I mean, this is talk about a tough one. I mean, VRPX, I 104 was right back down to 67. Gets up to almost $1, back down to 74. It's got room. Obviously, it's got room. 2.4 million in the float. It's got room. Before I say that, let me make sure. Yeah, I mean, it's got room. You look at a weekly chart, 314 is the next high. I mean, this could be the day it's just starting out. But, you've got to be careful just because of what's happened. It's obviously very whippy. 2.4 million in the float. It does 10,000 relative volume. 38 million have traded. All because they secured a $2.5 million loan financing from an institutional investor, enabling the final payment of its litigation settlement. Oh, I missed this one. Son of a... I missed this one, guys, while I was doing my little spiel. I heard it, but ARQT. Now, I'm not sure how much further it's going to go, but ARQT alert at 10:32. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was at 10:17. That was the time. Still, 10:32. It did pop up to 10:46. I thought the alert was 10:17, the price. So I don't know. Now, when I look at the pre-market, a lot of resistance around 1070 probably, but that's still enough. But with this market now moving down, okay, we're getting a big red bar now in the market. It's possible that some of these stocks, I don't know, some of these stocks may follow the market fairly closely. It doesn't appear to be right now with the ARQT. See if it has any specific news to it. Yeah, I don't see any news today. And last week they had this news reporting an inducement grant, but I don't see any news on it today. Okay, so for those of you who are new to this, just explain a little bit about what Trade Ideas is all about. We are a real-time alert scanner. Now, we do have screening capabilities, of course. There are a lot of programs out there that, very good screeners. They sort of claim to be scanners, but, my definition of a scanner is this, a real-time alert. Okay, that's my definition. And so if that's what you're looking for, we are a great program for that. So let me explain. So this is an alert window. If I right-click on it, and I click on Configure, okay, and I click on the summary. So this is the screening aspect, the filtering aspect. So if the stock in this particular scanner, if the stock is between $1 and $100, the current volume is at least 3, this means it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. This gives it the momentum. This is why I call it a momentum scan. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what happened right here at 10:22 plus 28 seconds, not that long ago. IDYA made a new high for the day, met all these filter requirements, made a new high for the day, 39.75. Okay? I'm just going to keep this here to see if we get another one. You'll see it's all real time. Okay, this is all real time. So if you like this scan the way it is, of course you can have it. It's on my homepage, so you can have it the way it is. But if you want to make a change, of course you can do that too. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you want to take something out. Maybe you want to add. Maybe you got a filter that you like to use. You can always add it. Okay, so it's up to you. But if you like the scan the way it is, this is available right on my homepage. Now, of course, you can create your own scans if you want to. So I'll click on search. So these are all of the real-time alerts that we've got. You can see right at the very top, the 2 most popular ones, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, we have a lot of other real-time alerts as I scroll down through them all. And if I keep scrolling down, we'll get to these icons. These are the real-time, these are the filters that we've got, the screeners that we've got. So again, like I said with the user guide, please don't get hung up on how many of these we've got. You do not have to learn them all, okay? The reason we have so many is that when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they had to create enough different real-time alerts and all these different filters to satisfy the majority of our customers who want to create their own scans. They could combine them to create their own scans, okay? Now, personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day, and only a handful of those filters. That doesn't mean that the rest of these are bad. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Your trading style may be very different, okay? But for me, that's all I need. Yeah, pull LTBR. So that is following along with NNE and SMR, maybe. Same sector. He's yeah, next generation nuclear fuel technology. So that goes along with SMR and NNE. Now, if you're more of a pullback trader, guys, keep an eye on that BENF, okay? You know, it is, what did it do? It got down to 388, excuse me, 388. Now it's back up. I remember this from last week. You know, the spread was always a little bit dicey. I mean, it's 412, 420 right now. It was not great for a $4 stock, of course. Let me go over this gap continuation or reversal scan. Okay. Now you notice it says M, upper left hand corner. It's a multi strategy window. So what does that mean? It means that you can take different scans, alert windows, and put them into one window called a multi strategy window. Most of the time, people use a multi strategy window because they don't have a lot of screen space. Maybe they only have one monitor. So instead of having a bunch of alert windows dotted around, you can combine them all into one window. So if I look at now, that's not my problem, but sometimes what I like to do is put similar scans into a multi-strategy window. So these are all gap scans. Okay, so let's take a look at what's in here. I right click on strat and or hover over strategies. This box pops up. So you see these are 4 alert windows. One is a gap up and go, gap down and reverse, gap up and reverse, gap down and go. So what is it? What do these mean? Gap up and go, and you see I've color coded them. So a gap up and go is a stock that gapped up and like the Sedge, SEDG, and kept and well satisfied the filter requirements and moved higher. Doesn't mean they're going to move higher for the rest of the day though. Check out the Sedge. So, but that's a gap up and go. Gap down and reverse. You can see this one, the ARQT. You can see the color, the light blue. So there's a stock that gapped down and is reversing. Gap up and reverse, just the reverse of that. Stock that gapped up and now is reversing. And then the gap down and go is a stock that gapped down and then kept moving down. Doesn't mean it's going to keep moving down for the whole day. Okay. So those are the 4. And this is a scan that I'm sharing. Now I have the don't repeat version of it. Okay. On my homepage, you have what's called the repeating version. So every time ARQT would make a new high, you would see it. Now it's up to you how you want to see these. I kind of like to see the don't repeat version. What that allows me to do is then I can click on the alert. Say I missed this one. Okay. I was stalking and I missed this one, ARQT. I can see that the alert was at 1017. The price was 1032. I take a look. Well, it really hasn't moved too much. So it still may be, something I want to do. The BENF, the alert was at 947. Okay. And the price was 410. It really hasn't moved yet. Okay. No, it was Tesla. Matt, 51243, you're talking about Tesla. It was this one, TSDD, 2 times, not Apple. So if you wanted to short this one, if you wanted to short Tesla, you could buy this, okay? Now, if Tesla, if the stock itself is falling, then this is what's happening with this one, TSDD. It's an ETF specifically designed for Tesla. All right, Paramount. Let's take a look at Paramount from Shady, P-A-R-A. So he's playing this on a bounce. How many shorts does GTCK have? Let's see if that has any. Must not be GCTK. What's oh yeah, must not be GCTK, right? GC oh D. Yeah, up here. Okay, the resumption. Ah, I see what you're talking about. And the answer is it is shortable. Yeah. It has oh wait a minute. I have a delay here. So not a delay, but yeah, 210,000. 210,000 at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys. So what I was talking about is now here's Dawn. It showed up on the gap up and go. Has it moved very much? Not much. The alert was at 1485. Now my problem with it is that it's got too much. Well, it's got some resistance right here. That red line just over 15. So it's got too much. The next high is too close, is what I'm trying to say. So consequently, I would not take this one. Now, if I can take that out, then when you look left on the weekly chart, the next high is 1632, a ton of room. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert around that area and see if it takes it out. And that's for the DAWN. Yeah, Zap. I mean, it's a tough, for me, it's a very tough trader, guys, but ZAPP right back up now. But it has been really, it's been a rollicking ride. So let me talk about this race right here, and I'll talk about the other two. So it says the biggest gainers from the start of the race percent. So what does that mean? I'm running 4-minute races, and again, in the user guide, it shows you how you can create your own race, your own time frame, etc. So this race is almost coming to an end. Another 19 seconds. As we speak, NXL has moved 9.6% since the start of the race. Okay, that's what that means. It's only up 12 cents, but it is the one that has moved the most. Just waiting for this race to be over, see if it maintains its top position, and it did. Okay, so NXL just won a race. Okay, now what happens is automatically a top 10 list is created for you with the stocks that win the most races over the course of the day. So you can see right at the very top, Zap won 3 races, Nicola won 2, etc. And why you're not seeing NXL, that was the first race it won. So it doesn't take it's not going to bounce QBTS out from that. If it wins another race, then it'll bounce all these out and it'll get to the number 2 position. Or nothing. Well, it'll show that it won 2 races. So why do these stocks show up at all, though? If I right click and open the top list that this race is based on, and every race is based on a top list window. And again, you can create your own top list, and this is what I'm looking for. If the stock is between $1 and $50, a minimum 200,000 shares are traded, and it's up 2% from Friday's close, the last market day close, so 2% from Friday's close. Okay, so if a stock meets all of these filter requirements, it will be in this list of stocks. Okay, so that's great. How am I going to use this though to trade? So before we had races, what you could do with a top list window is you could sort on any column header that you had. So I've got one that says the change from the open percent. If I double left click on it rapidly, this is telling me that VRPX has moved the most since its opening trade today, 57 cents or 57%, Nikola, 29%, etc. Okay. So that's fine. If you just want stocks that have moved the most and you're just interested to see that or move the most from the previous day's close, you can sort on any one of these columns. But what the race does is, for instance, what if PSNY? PSNY right now it's up 5% from its opening trade. What if all of a sudden it just started to move? And now it's up 6%, 8%, 10%, moving up, up, up. You'd never see it. You'd never see it. But that's what the race does. Because it doesn't care whether the stock is up the most. All it cares about is it moving the most since the race started with all these filter values satisfied. So again, there's the VRPX. Since the race started almost 3 minutes ago, it has moved 19%. Now, how can this be used for pullbacks? Well, again, this is a top 10 list that is created for you. Let's take a look at QBTS as an example. So you might look at this and go, well, okay, what if it pulls back to a certain, it's not at the high anymore. What if it pulls back to maybe a moving average that you like, the VWAP, something like that? There is the VWAP at 121. So you might be a VWAP player and looking at this and going, well, let's see if it can hold the VWAP. And maybe I play it on a pullback. I'm not saying you do that, but I'm just saying that is how you can use this. The other thing is you don't have to wait for a race to be over to click on the alert. Something else could be just cruising up. Click on it. See what's happening. Here's CSLR. You can kind of see if it takes out the high of the day, this could get going. Okay. So these races are a little bit different. Okay. These are the large cap gainers from the start, and these are the large cap losers from the start. So what I did is in these two top list windows that I created, sort of the same as this one, except I added a market cap. Has to be at least a 500 million market cap, has to be at least a 50 million float. Okay. Consequently, you are not more than likely going to see stocks with big percentage moves here. But you might see stocks that are, not quite as well, not quite. They won't be as volatile as these ones that does not have those like a market cap or a float filter in. Okay, and then this one is the losers from the start of the race. Same thing, has to be a large market cap and a minimum float of 50 million. And the same thing though, an automatic top 10 list is created for you, both on the way down and these ones on the way up. So, if you're new to trading, if you were new to trading, this is one I might concentrate on because, yeah, while it's wonderful to be in these, okay, it's fabulous to be on these when you're on the right side, these meaning the biggest gainers from the start of the race, they can be devastating on the way down. So if you're not used to trading, you might want to concentrate more on these just because, they're going to be less volatile. Won't be as exciting, but less volatile. This is actually kind of volatile, but it's just snuck in there. It has a 56 million float. Remember, my minimum has to be 50, so it's it just sort of snuck in. All right. Well, hope you guys took some profit. Obviously, you would have taken some profit in the ANVS. It got as high as 14.40 and it then down right dropped $2. Okay, guys. So that is kind of a general overview of trade ideas. This is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can always ask questions. Okay. Oh, just a minute, please. Okay, guys. I'm going to be back in maybe 5 minutes or so. Okay, maybe 10. I'll just put an announcement up here. Okay, so I'll see you in about 10:50 to 10:55 Eastern time. Okay, guys, I'm back. Now, DAWN, Don, guys. Again, I've got this alert. My price alert is set just over $14. Okay. You can see that red line. That is actually the next high on the daily chart. Okay, so yeah, I see Paramount did make a nice move. It is pulling back a little bit here. You can see that in the large cap losers, not much, only down 0.2%, but pulling back a bit. So, guys, I've only had the one trade today, and that was a pretty quick one, the SEDG. That's the only one I've taken today so far. AMC moving. Okay, I'll look at AMC. You guys are forcing me to. AMC. Yeah, yeah. The next high looking left on the weekly chart is around 6. All right, guys, I'm continuing to watch this BENF. It could be one of those one later on in the day that gets really moving. I don't know for sure, of course, but just because of what happened on Friday. Okay, I think traders will be looking at that. And the streak is over. Pepe. So Rivian, RIVN. So I'm just talking about this one. It struggled six days to try to get through that 200-day moving average after that big day it had that it got through the 200, but it closed below. This was the day, of course, the 1 billion and maybe up to 5 billion investment by Volkswagen. So now it's trying again to maybe hold above the 200-day moving average. Maybe. Well, look at the market. Yeah, since that one, let's see what happened from 7 o'clock Eastern time to 9:45, so almost 3 hours straight up. But since then, yeah, we've been little sell-off mode for about an hour. Okay, well, with the market doing that, it's probably a good idea to take a look at these large cap losers now and see if there's anything really interesting happening. Now, the ZIM certainly was a beautiful short. I didn't get it, but a beautiful short. Little pop up, but maybe with the market moving down again, this might be a momentary pop up. And if it takes out 19 again, this could continue down. It had some room down to 1822. That's on the weekly chart. Well, see, Lion's having a nice bounce, LI. So let's take a look at KWEB. Is that just Lie or is that the overall? No. So LI is actually trading on its own, guys, because the China market is still, relatively weak. I mean, it's been weak. I mean, ever since May 13th, the week of May 13th, it has been dropping fairly steadily. All right, guys. Now, this is one of the few earnings plays. Look what it did today, guys. It got right into that 200-day moving average and stopped. And then it came back down. And this is GVX. And if you look left on a weekly chart, it's got a lot of room. 38.78 on a weekly chart is the next low. Looking left for GVX. Okay, guys, I might take this one. ATEC. This just showed up on the gap up and reverse scan. Obviously, it's got a ton of room, 982 or so. It is now down below that 10 SMA. Where's the VWAP? The VWAP is at 1068. All right. Well, let's see if it's now all of a sudden it's just stuck. Let's see if it has any movement down. ATEC. Any news on you? Not that I can see, but I see what you are looking at. It obviously had a nice candle here, 1570. It looks bigger. I mean, it's still a nice move. Not like it's a multi-dollar move, but you're right. It's a big candle. I don't see any news on it. And William is saying had call activity earlier. Beam, BEEM, guys. This has been a really active one over the past few days. 438 up to 577 in 5 days. But to me, it's coming into a pretty tough resistance between here and 6. Yeah, so ANVS over the VWAP, 1314 is the VWAP, 1339 now. Oof. All right, guys. DAWN. It's boy, I wish that weren't here. I mean, look at all the room it's got on a weekly chart. 1632. It showed up on the gap up and go scan. What is the float for Dawn? DAWN 60 million, so it's not low, not high. Hey guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys. ATEC is not really doing anything for me yet. Slight loss position right now, but it's going to hold on a bit, see if it takes out 1050 in a bigger way. Sedge is coming back also. SEDG is starting to come back. Let's see if it takes out 28 again. Not in it anymore, of course, but was a nice one early. Dawn, I mean, look at Dawn. If it just takes this out right there, this 1505. All right, guys, let's take a look at some of these ones that won races before, see if they've pulled back to interesting levels. NXL 148 is the VWAP, so you can see it's right at the VWAP right now. That's NXL. All right, PSNL had a huge day on Friday, huge day. Went from 121, close up here at 154, through the 200-day moving average, continuation play. And the high in the pre-market was around 180. But yeah, again, I just look left. I just see, for me anyway, just too much potential resistance. I mean, if the next high was up here at 237, it'd be awesome, but it isn't. Wow, Sedge right back up to 28, guys. SEDG right back up to 28. I mean, it still has room. I don't think I'm going to take it again, but 28.72 is the next high looking left. It got up to this morning, got up to 28.14. Takes out 28.14. It might have another run. Core's doing its thing again, guys. CORZ. So it's an infrastructure play, a crypto infrastructure play. They're not a miner, I guess, but they supply whatever equipment is needed. Well, no, they do have a segment. The mining segment focuses on Bitcoin mining for the company's own account. So it's interesting because, I mean, Bitcoin's dropping again. This one's moving higher. So this is I guess this is the news. Well, not I guess. This is the news announces mandatory conversion of outstanding secured convertible notes. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the ATEC short. I might look at it later on. It takes out 150, but obviously did not like the way it was not breaking down below 150. So, or 1050, not 150. So I'll put a price alert down here. All right, guys. What time is it now? 11:13. So in about 45 minutes, I will be taking a break. Chris Farley should be taking over for me. I'm just going to confirm that. Let's take a look at the trade of the week. Snap. Is Snap back up? Getting close. 1640 is the trigger. It did trigger early. Okay, it did trigger earlier. If you how you trade it, if you trade it, of course, up to you. That's why I waited, guys, on the dawn. Even though I did not anticipate that it was going to take out this high right there, 1508. That's why I have a price alert up in that area. I did not anticipate it was going to do it. I'm going to wait for it to do it if it does it. It's the trade of the week, Jacob. Okay, you can sign up for it. It's what we call our trade of the week. There was one stock that is picked by Steve Gomez at Trade Ideas. He releases it. It's free. Releases it Monday mornings before the market opens. You can sign up for it if you want. And Snap was this week's trade of the week at 1640. Suggested entry. Yeah, well, if you sign up for it, you'll get an email and it'll give you. You didn't get the trade of the week this week, William. Really? How about your promotions folder if you have Gmail? You'll get an email that'll tell you what the suggested entry is and what the suggested stop is. Okay, and and sort of an explanation about why it was picked. I wonder why, William. I wonder why. It happens every now and then. All right. So the cruisers, I wonder if all the cruisers are doing this. NCLH got the room. I mean, but I have a sort of a disdain for these cruisers that they'll hold their gains, but I don't see any specific reason for this one going up, especially with the market sort of moving down a bit. But NCLH has room, obviously, 1890 or so. Take a look at RCL, see if it's doing sort of the same thing. The answer is yes. RCL is almost again at that lifetime high. Wow. And then let's take a look at CCL. Yeah, so the cruisers are in play today. One last one to look at is Viking, VIK. Yeah, they're all kind of in play today. Good luck on that one then, Jacob. You're buying CUK instead of CCL. Any reason why you would buy CUK instead of CCL? Just out of curiosity. Just, CCL is a lot more liquid, but now looking at a daily chart, yeah, I mean, they're about the same. I mean, obviously they're the same in theory. The CCL has a lot more liquidity, but obviously you pick CUK. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, we've sort of entered into a bit of a chop area now for the SPY. See these bottoming tails, see the topping tails. We're in this area, a little bit of a little choppiness now. So it depends what you're trading. Sometimes, I mean, obviously some of these, they don't give a rip about what the market's doing. How's this MediWound doing? Is Israeli stock had a big day on Friday, actually, but it did pull back a lot, 24, and it closed down here at 1967. It is now above the body of that daily candle, and it's a low float, 9 million in the float. Okay, guys, just full disclosure, I dumped my entire position now of LBPH. I am looking to get back in it. Like I mentioned this morning that I got out Friday afternoon, just before the market closed, over 35. Took some off. Was watching it this morning. I was in at 31.50, and I decided just didn't like that opening candle at all. So I can always get back in. And my get back in place maybe around the 34 mark. This is the first day that it's had any sort of a pullback. And again, this was just a sort of a wild idea for me anyway, with the $90 price target put on it, or $89, whatever it was, $80, whatever it was, by Cantor Fitzgerald, and a couple of other brokerages put some pretty high price targets. They did have news. So it worked out okay for me. How do we get to your layout? This is in our YouTube room. Sorry, in the main room. Well, you can go to my homepage. And you can kind of pick and choose what you want. Okay. Now, if you see, you can have exactly what you see on my screen if you want. But if you click on my home page link, this is what you're going to see. So just scroll down to the middle. There are my scans. And these three scans right there, these three races are right here. There's the halts resumes is over here. But the other ones that I do talk about that are in my other monitors, there's the gap continuation or reverse. The breakouts, the breakdowns are here. So basically pick and choose what you want. All right, GBX now is one of the few earnings plays that are passing my filters anyway, meeting my filter requirements, and is just made a low here. Yeah, 39. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna get rid of this. I don't care about the 200 on the weekly. But you can see that it got into the 200-day moving average, and then that stalled it. Ugh, no kidding on the sedge. I did not retake it. SEDG, no kidding. So, news does matter sometimes, guys. I mean, the only thing I can see here is a Bank of America upgrade. And I think they put a 29 price target on it. Can't see it. Can't see that 29 here, but I'm sure I read that earlier. Yeah. Well, they cut the price target to 29 from 44. So there is that. But they upgraded from neutral to underperform. So anyway, that has obviously caused the stock to move a bit. Slowing down, guys. There's the last alert I had. This is an active scanner, very active scanner. The last alert I had was at 11:13, so it's over 10 minutes ago. All right, guys. Dawn is back. Dawn is breaking. It was the reverse, underperformed a neutral. Grumpy. At least I'm sure that's what it said. Yeah. They upgraded to neutral from underperform. So, I mean, here they're saying, we don't like it at all. Now they're at least saying, okay, it's kind of neutral. So it's just the reverse of what you said. All right, guys. Dawn is my focus. Okay. DAWN is definitely my focus right now to see if it holds 15. And because the next high looking left is way up here at 1632. So that's on the weekly chart. So it's just a matter of, holding 15 well. Still has to take out that high right there, which looks like it's around 1507 or so. All right, new one now. Well, not new, but another new high. When I say not new, we saw Beam earlier, BEEM. Didn't like it just because it was so close to six. You can see what it did. It got into six right here, looking left. Looking left on the weekly it just doesn't appeal to me. Now, you might have a completely different feel about it. I just look left and I just see all these little areas that could stall. So unless it has some really specific news about it, I mean, it had news on the second. After second quarter orders double year over year. That was on the second, though, June the 2nd. Okay, guys, again, Don is just, DAWN is just teasing us right now at 15 still. Volume is tapered off, so like to see some volume pushing it through that high. Well, guys, Zap is getting zapped here, guys. Yeah, this is looking, takes this low out right there. And that no shorts available for me, Interactive Brokers, but this doesn't look good. All right, so Shady and the ANV. Oh, okay. CSTL. I had an alert set. Right, to take out that whole number. Okay. Yeah, I mean, the spread is not great. 1801, 1810. Well, it's not as bad as it was when I first saw it. Volume isn't great, guys. I mean, the relative volume is good, four times normal, but the overall volume just isn't that great. So I just have the feeling it just won't be dynamic enough. So I'm just going to have to take a pass. So just because a price alert trigger doesn't mean I just pile into the trade. Oh man, cervecerías. Cervecerías, Compañía or Compañía. I don't know. I never know the accents in Spanish. Very few Chilean stocks, but this is one of them. What do I think about VRPX? Yeah, so I mean, it looks really interesting now. Okay, I mean, you know what happened? I mean, the pre-market it got up to 97 cents, was all the way back down to 61 cents. Market opens at 9:45, gets up to $1.04, comes way back down to 68 cents. So I mean, it has got some wild swings in it. Now, will it hold? I mean, obviously, it's got a ton of room on the weekly chart. 316. I mean, it's been fading for weeks. For whatever reason today, I mean, it said they had, $2.5 million secured loan financing, etc. So it's just a matter of if you're going to take something like this, where are you going to put your stop? Is because this has had some wild action, but I mean, it's got room. Obviously, it's got room to roam if it wants to. And it's okay. You have a 1.92. We've got 2.4. Very low float though. So of course I can't say to you, well, I think you should take it. The whole thing is, it's just been very scary. Popping way over $1 and then dropping almost being cut in half, way under $1. So, but it's had a nice move. I mean, there's no question it's had a nice move and a massive amount of volume. Let's call the float 2 million, okay? So 111 million. So it's traded the float a little over 55 and a half times. I mean, that's just, a massive amount of activity in this one. If it hadn't done all these big, huge pullbacks, if had it held over $1, say $1.20, I would have been inclined to even take it myself, but I don't want to talk anybody out of it. Just look at this weekly chart. Look at the volume. Again, this is a weekly chart, but this is the first day. All right, guys, 11:35. Chris should be taking over for me in about 20 minutes or so. No, I didn't even see this one. This is from RAI, guys, GBX. So interesting. This was on a pull up to short. I was looking at shorting this one down here, and it didn't take out the lows, so it actually pulled up. RAI looked at this and said, okay, enough is enough. This is still down 10%. Earnings play. Okay, there's ATEC. I got stopped out of that one earlier. on a short. So I don't know if it's really following the market. I don't want it, if it's following the market, I don't really want to take it. It's sort of kind of following the market. All right, so Shady's in this one at well, we'll call it 1370 or thereabouts. Okay. All right, I joined you a little later than you, but I did join you a little later than you. Ooh, big level. Try to take out that 14. Well, he takes out 14. I see if they did a financing. That was my only worry was LBPH doing a financing. I do not see a financing. I am looking to pick it back up. Maybe it gets even closer to 30. Okay, there's 14. Well, briefly. All right, 1395, 14 bid ask, 1395 for there we go. 1407, 1414. Nice call, Shady. And now the high is 1444, 1445 or so. That is the next high looking left. Now, because my stop is a lot tighter than Shady's, I am going to. Just taking some off, guys. Okay, around the 1410 mark. But my stop is a lot tighter than Shady's is. Actually, I have to see if this one is shortable. LBPH. Yeah, lots of shorts available. It's a low 3159. That's a low on Friday. And then 3066 I don't think I'm going to short it. Ah, well, you can see exactly. I did not take the dawn. It did not see that blue line. If you can see it on my 15-minute chart, that's the price alert I had. Okay. You notice it got very, very close, but it did not touch it. If it had, that blue line would have turned green. And, I do not anticipate something's going to happen. I probably got within a penny, but it didn't happen. And look what happened afterwards. So just keeps me out of a lot of trouble by waiting for a certain price that I'm looking for. If I don't get it, I just move on. I saw KA in the pre-market. So is it over 50 cents now? I did see it, but I know it was under a dollar. I know that doesn't bother you. Yeah, there it is, 75 cents. Okay. All right, guys. Wow, that really took out 14 now. Okay, ANVS. Yes. Now the challenge is the next high. So there it is. I mean, there's the next high in the weekly chart. No, I don't think anybody's saying it's going to get to 1990. There. Okay, you know what? I'm going to get rid of that SMA on. Okay. Now this is a monster. Okay, guys, I'm just scanning some earlier alerts that I had. Want to see if there's anything interesting happening with any of them. Big level now, 15 maybe for ANVS. Okay, guys. Again, obviously, all I'm really waiting on now is ANVS. See if it takes out 15. I mean, this PSNL, it's interesting. I don't know if it has enough room though to really move. Just looking left on that weekly chart. Well, could be an interesting one. IDYA had some excellent news in the pre-market anyway. I probably had actually that news probably hit after hours on Friday, just based on that reaction. The stock went from $34 up to 46 post-market on Friday. Touched it this morning. Okay, pulled back quite a bit though, from 46 down to 35. Shoot, there were shares available for me to short. So at this point, though, it is at the VWAP. 3905 is the VWAP, 3902, and it's right on that 10 SMA, that blue line, the 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart. So, and ANVS, wow, took out 15. Now, I mean, I said I don't think it'll take out 20 today, but it's a big extension from last week. ANVS, big extension play from last week. And the volume, I mean, it's all about the volume. I mean, look at the volume. During this little decline here, you can see the volume had declined. And then all of a sudden the volume picked up right at 11:30, corresponding to that candle right there. And the volume is still good. It's just, it's all about volume, guys. Okay, guys, I'm just getting set for my break. 11:51. Chris sometimes shows up a little bit earlier than noon, so I just want to get set for that. So I'm going to put my announcement in. I'll be here until he takes over for me, but I'll put my announcement in. And I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you guys can head over. Listen to Steve. Why do I keep saying Steve? Chris for his hour. So this is the YouTube link. Okay, guys. Now this just showed up on the Gap Up and Go. GRFS just showed up on the Gap Up and Go. I mean, this hit 928 in the pre-market. It had some news. Shares are trading higher after Brookfield confirmed it held exploratory discussions with certain shareholders of the company in relation to a potential joint offer for their shares. So it's kind of a potential buyout. All right, so there is a GRFS. Beleaguered Spanish drug firm, beleaguered. SLNH, this has been a very active one. You can see back here was a $2 stock. This is about 4 weeks ago. $2 stock, and it got up to 886. Pulled back last week, kind of a choppy week for it. Maybe continuing now again above the high of last week. Talking about the SLNH. Low float, 3.88 million in the float. Not a lot of volume though. You know, almost 3 times normal in terms of up to this time of day. But only 343,000 shares. And, you know, indicative of the spread, 669, 682. You know, need a lot more volume, in my opinion. So if you're wondering, well, why would I click on it? Because I don't know. I don't know all that until I actually click on the alert to see what's happening. Let's take a look at the market. So really, I mean, not much is happening. SPY's up a little bit, Dow's down a little, Nas is up a little. So again, a minor disconnect in the market in terms of the value versus growth stocks, but really nothing exceptional happening. Let's take a look at the SPY volume. Again, next week, yeah, look at this. So what are we now? 2.5 hours into the market. Even if we double that and add a little bit, it doesn't look like it's going to get to the 40 million. That was low on Friday even. So this is still a really low volume. Sure, things will pick up once we get, you know, fully into earnings season, which is next week. I have a few companies this week, as William pointed out, but next week we'll get into it in a far bigger way. And then the following weeks, it should get really exciting. I suppose care that much about what the SPY volume is, as long as we have some individual stocks that give us a lot of good setups.
Good morning. Oh, Mr. Barry.
All right, guys. So I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Now, on Friday, I had a problem. I could not hear Andy, but he said he might have entered the room in a perhaps the incorrect way. So I'm hoping that that's not the issue today. William. You know what? There was something going on then. Okay. Okay, Chris. So I guess you can hear me, but I can't hear you. Okay, I see what you're talking about. Checking my audio settings. Okay, let me just do a quick look at that. It looks good in my end. I've got nothing has changed. I don't know what to say. You can see here. I mean, I can hear my headphones. That's what I'm using. But is that within YouTube? Yeah, make the swap, Chris. Okay, guys. Sorry, I'm gonna have to figure that out. It must be in my end. Andy said he went in last week though as he entered YouTube in a maybe a different way. Okay, I'm going to take off, guys. I can't hear Chris, but he can hear me, so I'll take off now. We'll see you guys in about an hour. Okay. I'll try to figure it out.
All right. So while Barry makes his way to a break and I settle on in here, hopefully we can get that sorted out. Microsoft loves to change the pathing of speakers and microphones and all that, especially when you have multiple of them. It happens to me all the time. So that's the way it rolls once in a while. All right. With all that said, happy Monday to everybody. Hope you all had a nice holiday and a nice holiday weekend. Got away from the screens a little bit, whatever your leisure activities may or may not have been. Always good to unplug a little bit, right? Always good to unplug a little bit. So, all right, with all that said, we've got an open forum here, just in case anybody is new to this. I'm Chris Varley, work with the support staff here, Trade Ideas, take over on Mondays from noon Eastern to 1 for Barry, give him a much-deserved break. We do it as an open forum. I don't have pre-done content. So if you have any questions, whatever they are, software related or maybe chart you want to take a look at or something like that, I encourage you folks get those in there. Often the questions you have are similar, exactly the same the questions other folks have, and start a really nice dial-up back and forth between all of us here and really help with that whole community vibe. And in the end, we've all got the same kind of goals around here. And trying to make sure that we leverage Trade Ideas, software, and data to be profitable traders, right? It doesn't benefit us as a company if you folks are struggling, and clearly doesn't benefit you if you are struggling. So with that said, trading's hard. That's all there is to it. No two ways around that. There are no shortcuts or anything of that nature, but the right tools, the right community, solid education, hard work can certainly put the odds in our favor in the world of trading. So again, with that said, open forum. If there are no questions coming in, I'll do my best to keep it informative, moving, and we'll move forward like that. I'll give a moment here. See if anything comes on it. Nothing coming in. All right. So, it's kind of been my format as of late. I have kind of gone through my relative strength from the open scan, run down the stocks there, see if anything is interesting, has been interesting, may continue to be interesting later in the day for what it is worth. I am not currently day trading. Haven't been day trading for the last 7-8 months. My tasks here at Trade Ideas are a little too daunting and involved for me to give the attention that day trading deserves. So I've pivoted back exclusively to swing trading. Also, for what it's worth, I'm not exactly a great day trader. Within the last couple of years, I started to do okay here and there with day trading. Swing trading is more my cup of tea and more my speed for trading. Anyways, I still like to look at the intraday charts. I always like when I see refractal patterns on charts, meaning that patterns may be playing out similar on intraday time frames as longer term time frames, daily, weekly, so on and so forth. And there's some powerful things that we could always be looking at. With that said, ANVS is not only leading the board right now in a live race, but is leading the board overall in wins. And that's going to be indicated here on the right side, the finish line, let's call it. You can see ANVS's 113 races today. Not the cleanest of charts, also not the least cleanest of charts. And what do I mean by that? Let's get the drawing tool out here. Let's shift that around a little bit and let's highlight what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about clean is when you get some bars like this, they move up in a consolidation with a pullback. You get one bottoming shadow here. Then, we got a few topping shadows here, smaller bottoming shadows here. And again, we see some larger topping shadows through there, bottoming shadow here, but they're not crazy. And we get moments here where we're not really seeing much on shadows, in that set of candles right there. You really got that one bottoming shadow, right? And then through here, you got those topping shadows and smaller bottoming ones here, but nothing too large through here. That's what I mean by clean charts. For lack of a better term, let's say it makes it for easier chart reading. Nothing is easy, clearly, when it comes to this kind of thing. But that's just an is what it is situation as far as that goes. But it certainly makes it less difficult for me anyways. I can't speak for anybody else. Others may like the bottoming, topping shadows for some reason. They may have some kind of trading plan that's involved in them. With that said, we see we're pushing on 16 here, breaking out to a new high of the day. We see it failed back here at that 16 level in the past. Volume has come back into this after taking a bit of a dive here through the mid and later morning as we move into the afternoon here. What does that mean? Well, it means that interest has continued to be into this stock. Will the interest continue to be pushing it higher? Will it pull it back? Time will remain, right? We know that human beings, we like whole numbers, a psychological thing. The stock is up quite a bit. We got it up almost 475, 460, somewhere in there on the dollar side, and plus 40% there. Why is that giving me notifications? It should not. There we go. On the percent side. So some people like to look at dollars, some people like to look at percent. Some people like to look at both. So just kind of keep those things in mind like that as we watch it and try to push through that. Move on. NKLA. Is this Nikola? Yeah. I mean, there's nothing long-term to talk about this chart. I don't think they have a vehicle even in design, let alone production or anything like that. There's nothing about this company that exists long-term that we concern ourselves with the daily chart. But it's a trading vehicle nonetheless. The liquidity is generally pretty strong in the stock. And what do I mean by liquidity? When I say liquidity, I mean the amount of shares traded on a day. A stock can trade 50 million shares on a day, but it might not be a high volume day for it. For example, something like Apple, right? Unless Apple gets up over, let's say, 100 million shares traded on the day, it's going to be a relatively normal day for Apple to be trading 30, 40, 50 million shares in a day, right? Still very liquid, still a lot of obvious interest in it, but not necessarily, not necessarily of extra interest from anyone. With Nikola, that same kind of idea for the most part. It's trading in the millions of shares in general. I'm guessing somewhere around 1, 2, maybe 3 million shares in a day. We could see the relative volume at this point in the day is pretty high still compared to what it's been. I think they had a recent reverse split. That's probably reflected here with this volume that's moved up here because we could see through this huge chunk here of volume. Not a whole lot going on with that. Nevertheless, trading vehicle. Not too many on the topping and bottoming shadows. They're not overly large. So I'd say this is one of those cleaner charts to be looking at. And like I said, a trading vehicle nonetheless. Is it curling over? Is it done? Is it basing? Everybody's guess is as good as the next person. What I would always say is the indicators you're using and the trading plan that you have, that should be dictating your if-then scenarios. If this, then that kind of thing. If this happens, bearish. If this happens, bullish, kind of thing like that. So, Michael, weekend was nice. Good weekend here. What's the market data client message? I'm not sure what you mean market data client message. It could be in Brokerage Plus you're referring to, or you could be here, but it's just essentially from the performance monitor. It's just to ensure that you have market data, that you've got it actually coming in. It happens sometimes that for whatever reason, people don't have market data. Could be because they didn't sign exchange agreements. Could be a VPN blocking. There's a whole lot of things that could go on there. So that's what that is. As far as that one goes, if you're getting market data subscription from IB, it means you're not subscribed to the proper market data from them for the API. Those are the only two that I would know off the top of my head anyways. All right, so moving along here. AEHR, so we can see it's on 4th place, moving along. Some of those tough ones. Long-term, obviously, it looks like the chart is hot garbage, right? Yeah, not a good-looking daily chart at all. Falling knife, things in motion will stay in motion until acted upon by another force. Is there another force going on that's going to get it to rally? I have no idea, but doesn't look like it to this point. I would also note that this isn't, it's not a liquid, it's traded 600, almost 700,000 shares on the day today, but, also not high flyer, hot stock as far as the volume goes and the liquidity goes. It's doing 2.5 times what it's normally doing. So that means it just doesn't trade a ton. And I think we can see that, really well represented here. And it's got its day once in a while here. It looks like those are all negative days recently. So again, kind of with the bearish theme of the overall chart, but today it's having its day, clearly up 11 1/3, nearly on the percent, 11 1/4, 11 1/3, bouncing probably back and forth between there, which is good for $1.28 currently. And again, cleaner looking chart overall. 12.50, 50-cent numbers can be similar to a whole number on we'll call them on the lower end price of stocks. And, if you got a stock that's over $100, I don't think 50 cents usually is going to be much of a mental burden for folks. You're looking at more the $1, $2, $5 numbers when you're up that high. When you're below, let's say $20, $25, 50 cents can be significant. When you're below $10, 50 cents will be significant as far as that goes. Got to remember, the market, for all the talk, it's algorithms and blah, 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 blah. A stock like this is not being traded by a bunch of algorithms. That's clearly indicated by the amount of shares that are being traded on it. It's human beings that are trading this thing right now. And human beings, well, we are creatures of habit. We've talked about this many times before. When you turn the volume on your TV, most people, I'm sure there's some outlier out there who's going to be like, no, not me like that. But, you're not putting the volume on 27, for example. You're putting it on 25 or 30. You may have some people that like the even numbers, so they may be doing 28, 30, 32, for the volume numbers. But generally speaking, human beings, we like whole numbers. We like even numbers. We like multiples of 5 and all that, so on and so forth. Anyways, with that said, AEHR. Interesting chart to look at for the day. MYO. And again, folks, if you have specific questions on the software charts or whatever it is, don't be shy to interrupt me, right? Right now, I'm just going over what I'm going over because there isn't a lot coming in. We got Michael's question there. I see Peter's got a question. I'm going to hit that up right now. If you have questions, that's what I'm here for. Get those in there. Don't ever feel like you're interrupting me, right? Especially software related and trying to do something specific with the software and understand something with software. So Peter asked about INDO, my thoughts on it. INDO, INOD, right? It would be good if you read and type correctly, Chris. It always helps. So, back to kind of like that AEHR, 475,000, almost 475,000 shares traded, 473,000 shares traded on it today. It's doing around what it's normally doing. So you figure it's going to end up somewhere around, let's say 700 and 850,000 shares on the day. It's not really liquid. And, it's one of those things you could get into it and it could just kind of sit there on you afterwards, right? I would say that daily chart wise looks fairly constructive. I don't know what time frame we're thinking here, Peter, but daily chart, we can see we had this run up and a pullback, and it's kind of based in this area. Couldn't really break down below that area before getting that lift off. Earnings are way out here at this point. We got a nice lift off on it here. Let's drill back in a little bit. Right, so we got a nice lift off here, gapped up and moved up, based a little bit in here, another move up and a pullback. This was a very reasonable pullback area if we look back in time. Let me even draw a line that looks good instead of that crappy one I'm freehanding. Let's draw this line to this pullback area here. There we go. And so what I want to highlight here is just, price has memory. We came through this line here. We came up, couldn't get above it. We came up to it. We banged on it for a week plus, 2 weeks maybe of price action. We got through it. We came back and tested it, and we come back out again. So I'd say that's pretty constructive. Getting above that level would be even more bullish at this point. And again, I don't know what time frame we're thinking on here. So my mind goes to the daily chart first, of course. If we scroll back a little more on this, and if I expand that line out, you're going to see that price is really kind of like this line as a magnet, even going further back to a year ago, right? Came up through it and failed, came up through it and failed, came up through it and failed, came up through it, tested it, and came back down through it. So this line right around here, and think of it as spongy area. It's not a hard to the cent number. You want to sponge it by 5 cents, you want to sponge it by 10 cents, 30 cents, whatever it is, but I'd be looking at that area. Let's see, it's up above lifetime highs now, 1678. So that must have been what that was back here. It's broken out to new all-time highs. So let's see, that was an all-time high, busted new all-time highs, came back, tested this resistance area, come back through it, made another new all-time high. Some pretty constructive bullish stuff with this chart on daily chart anyways. But like I said, just watch that liquidity. You're looking at data host and processing. A lot of stuff like this is maybe get some AI tailwinds. So you have that going for you, whether you think it's a negative or positive, you have it going for you. It's not a biotech, which is nice, right? So you're more unlikely to wake up with this thing all of a sudden down 30% or something like that, like you can see with biotech. So overall, a decent looking chart there, Peter, on the daily side of things. Obviously, it's having a day intraday right now. It's had a nice run up into today and really kind of blasted up through 15 and blasted up through 16 even, taking out 17. So, is it a chase at this point? Beauty in the eye of the chart holder. One person's chase is another person's entry, those kind of things like that. And that's where the trading plan comes in. But certainly having itself a day, certainly a good looking chart, certainly multiple time frames to feel some bullish thoughts on this chart also. We talked about that before. Fractal time frames, kind of interesting here. Looking at what it looks like here on this 5-minute chart and this move and a consolidation and a move back up again. And, we can almost consider it a move and a pullback and a move back up again. Not exactly the same. History never actually repeats, but it often rhymes. And so when you see a fractal pattern like that play out, just a little more fuel for that bullish side, let's call it fire. With all that said, of course, am I running out and buying the stock? No, I'm not, but I'm taking note of it. As a matter of fact, I'm put a price alert on this because I may want to take a look at this chart a little more for some more homework and swing trading homework later today. I don't know if it's going to show on any of my scans later just because of the volume. It's not going to show for now. It may get over that volume threshold. I don't know, but this is one of those ones that I consider taking an extra look at, even if it doesn't make any of my scans later in the day. So anyways, that's a good look from there. And again, folks, throw some questions out for me. I'll take a pause for 10 seconds here. Just let me know if you got questions out there. I'd love to answer them. So one thing I'll notice here, or note, is IOND is now just past the volume threshold for this scan here, relative strength from the open. And last thing I want to know about this chart is, about this chart is, you had quite a bit of volume come into it at the end of the day on Friday. And then, we had good volume, decline with the morning, fairly typical. We've gotten some good volume spikes throughout the rest of the morning here. The market does get a little sleepy this time of the day. A lot of stocks will tend to do the same thing. What it does later, I think that could be of significance as well when we're considering this on any time frame. So good stuff, good stuff. Let's jump back into the relative strength from the open for now. Unless something else comes in, by all means, hit me. MYO. I feel like we talked about this recently. Or maybe it's a different ticker that was similar. It's been a different ticker similar. I don't see anything that significant. This day here, back in June, maybe, had a sizable move percent-wise. Other than that, it's been on a downtrend. So, this we go back to the talking about more difficult charts to trade, right? So you get this gap up, big opening 5-minute bar, topping shadow, huge topping shadow, bottoming and topping shadow, huge topping, or relatively big. Those are more huge ones. So it makes it a little tougher to trade. We've seen it's kind of stopped that for quite a while now. So what and where it goes from here obviously remains to be seen. One could say it's basing, and perhaps if it got over, for example, if you're kind of searching for a reason, what would get me into a stock? I need a trade. I need some help with the trading plan. I need something, well, sometimes when stocks intraday recapture a VWAP, it might be something to consider, right? So it might be something you want to look at. Is that an end all be all? Oh, that's a trading plan. Recapture the VWAP and go in it. No, absolutely not, right? There are probably other factors you want to add in there. Is there volume involved in it? How liquid is the stock? How's the volume now compared to earlier? I'm not saying those are the ones you have to add. I'm just giving those as examples. Fairly liquid stock today. Also, the volume is going nutty as compared to normal. So, we're at 2.7 million shares traded, and that's a good rate now to this point for 25.5 times what it's normally doing. So we can see this stock does not trade a ton historically, at least over the last 30 days. I only see one real huge standout volume day there and a mini standout volume day there. Outside of that, it's pretty mute across the expanses there on volume. We drill in, we see a little bit more, obviously, quite a bit more. But when you drill way out on the grand scheme of things, keep it all in perspective like that. I think it's always important to keep things in perspective. Anyways, MYO, it's had itself a day. Certainly interest in it. Will there be more interest later? Time will tell, but it might be something you want to thumbnail for later. Maybe something you're not interested in whatsoever, right? AMC. So, long term, obviously, there's nothing here on this chart, right? Death walk. I don't know much about AMC other than their theater, and it's a meme stock, and I don't really care about any of the other crap. Intraday wise today, though, it's having itself a moment. Good for 6 2/3% more than less. It's only good for 30 something cents also. So note that. Very liquid stock. I mean, look, it's traded almost 26 million shares and it's 1.4 on the relative volume. So nothing abnormal going on here. As far as anything goes, it's obviously well off the highs. It's pulled back now. Sellers are really trying. It's still drifting down. The sellers haven't been able to get a big release on it, but right now, it's going to be under most moving averages intraday at this point. So kind of tough to get behind it bullish at the moment. But this is one of those stocks that's irrational in the sense of it's doing ABC and next thing XYZ is going on with it, right? So, it's something you're interested in, thumbnail it, but I don't think we need to cover too much more with AMC. I think there's enough covered with it in general, and enough people have opinions on it. I have no opinion on it other than if you got a trading plan that works with trading it, milk that trading plan for every penny you can out of it. And outside of that, there's a lot else to comment on that stock quite personally. ZNTL. I have a lot on this. Obviously, it's not a great looking daily chart. Not overly liquid. By the end of the day, it might be somewhere near 800, 850, 900,000 shares traded on the day, I would guess. Kind of just drifting up. Not a bad looking chart. And when, most of the time I'm referring to good and bad looking charts intraday. We're talking topping and bottoming shadows, nothing, too nutty on any of that here. Captured $4. It stayed above it. Could it do more? Who knows? It's not got any crazy volume coming into it. It's running right around what it's kind of normal for it over the last 30 days. But there it is nonetheless. PLSE. Let's see here. I'd like to give a scroll out. So, interesting daily chart in the sense of we got to move up and a pullback in base. Pulled back, but couldn't come all the way back down here to the spring lows of last year. Really got itself going. Pulled back into this level here again. Pulled just under it and back over it again. So a lot of battling going on between buyers and sellers, something to do with medical stuff. I don't know what. So one of those ones you might want to be careful of if you're thinking longer term, because you never know when the FDA or whatever is going to come out that could wreck a stock like this. Liquidity's all right, 750,000 shares on it, 11 and a half times normally what it's normally doing at this point. So extra interest today for whatever reason. Earnings are a bit out, so it has nothing to do with earnings. Perhaps a headline or something like that. Again, fairly clean chart on the day here. There's some topping and bottoming shadows, but it's not anything too wild. So anyways, something that's interesting, maybe something you want to take a look at for later. Scott, Chris, time like some more discussion with the AI strategies. I've noticed a lot of emails in the past few weeks about various AI strategies. Recently, I've been trying to build a more personalized AI doc and put that into a channel where can you discuss where I can find some of the more popular AI strategies and links. There's no AI strategies and links to really do much of anything with Scott. What you could do is this on a menu bar here, go new, premium strategy window. And that's going to load a window that looks like this. What columns you have personally set up, may not look exactly like mine, but you can right click, find the columns here and go through them. What's on the left is what you got selected. What's on the right is the bank. And you can, highlight and move things left to right to left, so on and so forth. But essentially, some of the nitty gritty in here is you can see the strategy names. You can see if they're long or short. You can see their win percentage on the prior back testing set and profit factors. If it's important to you, you could see the segments. I really just encourage people to think of Holly as one Holly. But, there's Holly Neo and Holly Grail. So if it's important to you, you could do that. There's no way to really segment it out. There's no way to, grab AI strategies that aren't loaded for the day or back tested. One thing I can tell you is the Holly Neo strategies, they do come to the table every day to play, regardless of any of the back testing. Only the better tested Holly Grail strategies will come to the day to alert. Assuming something alerts, you get the alert. If nothing meets the strategy, then the strategy sits dormant for the day. You can find the time stops in here. The number of trades each strategy is taken for the day. So you could see 000 on downward dog, pull back long, pull back short. You can see 2 breakout longs and 1 breakdown short here. They give you win percentages and things like that on it. But that's really it. There's no personalized stuff to really do with the AI. It's a open it and kind of watch. So, that's just the strategy window there. If you're interested to see that kind of thing, I don't personally look at it ever. The thing I do keep up all day, every day is this here, the AI strategy trades window, not the strategy window, the strategy trades window. Again, that's, here, premium AI strategy window, trades window there. That's this window here. Of course, I have mine set up for what I want to see from it. I just really think of it as an all-day watch list, essentially. If a stock comes through it and it's in the price range I like, I'm going to look at the chart. I'm really not day trading, so there's not a lot for me from it right now. I'm very picky on the things that I'm looking at when it comes to my swing trades. I've got my scans. Generally speaking, if it's not on my scans for swing trading, I have no interest in it anyways. So if it's there, it's going to be on one of my other scans. If it's in AI, Holly, and I'm interested in swing trading, it will be on one of my swing trading scans. If it's not there, I didn't have an interest in it anyways. I'm very, very picky in what I'm doing. That's it though, as far as the AI goes. There's not a whole lot else to add in there, other than, just watch your filters here if you want to see everything. If you don't want to see everything, same thing with the strategy filter here. Some people I've come across in the past, they only want to see, certain strategies. They have it selected, so they only see those. They only want to see the longs. They only want to see the shorts, or they only want to see profitable, or so on and so forth. So those are the main things that I could really highlight and point at with Holly for you in that regard. Again, you can right click, you can come into the columns. Your bank of columns is on the right. The columns you're displaying is on the left. And again, you can highlight and then click left to right, right to left, based on what you do or do not want to see. And that's the, the big, short, and skinny of it there. Just a little maybe more in depth if you want to see some stuff. Here's the, the full Holly guide. Getting a link for you for that. I'm going to drop as soon as it decides to click and highlight. I don't know why it's giving me a tough time in my browser there. There we go. All right. So there is, the full Holly guide. Realize some of these differences. And I don't have specific parameters on when it moves over. It's generally, the idea behind the long-term Holly is let your winners run, right? It's an old trader saying, cut your losses short and let your winners run. And so that's the idea behind that. So if you have anything that's alerted and it's been positive for a couple of days and continues to stay positive above the first entry signal, the intraday entry signal when it first happened, you'll see it eventually get moved over to the long term. There's no alert or anything that happens with it, so it's just something you gotta want to have up and forward facing, so that you can keep track of it in that regard. That's what I would. That's my big comment as far as that goes. All right, so I was just reading a message that came in about something here regarding a few weeks out and planning things. So, is there AI signals or levels that can be? No. If you're in the legacy charts and if you right click, you go to properties and you go show AI trades. If you're on chart, it'll show you this here. Same thing, intraday, right click, show AI trades. I don't like things on my chart. I keep my charts very clean. I care for a lot of stuff on there, but you can see this here. Showing you where the stop is and a theoretical reward above it. That's really it. There is, if you want, you can show smart risk levels. So come to properties. I forget, do I have to get rid of the AI trades to show the risk levels? Why can't I see risk levels here? What's preventing me from seeing risk levels? I know I'm forgetting something. So show risk levels. I don't know why those charts aren't letting me see them, but it's essentially giving you a smart stop that's an algorithm, has to do with volatility and average true range in the day. And then the target is just 2 times the smart stop number. The swing exits the low period of the last 20 days here. Why can I not? show here. What am I doing? What do I have here that's preventing me? Putting the smart risk levels on. Oh, and you can do the same thing on the intraday charts right here. So you can look at that like that. And yeah, so that would be it, Scott, as far as, anything extra added, AI and non-AI wise to the charts, excuse me. And you look at those things that are there like that. Get rid of that. Open that. Yeah, go ahead and shoot an email. If you have more questions here, Scott, don't be shy. Put them out there. Neil, did IVP have news? I have no idea. I don't look at the news. Sorry, I have no idea if any stock today had news. I haven't looked at news and I couldn't even tell you how long. I don't know, this looks like a wacky stock to start with. So, I mean, probably there's some news there. I don't know. Our news tab says something. They announced, no. Probably had the reverse stock split today. They announced the stock split back in May. So maybe today was the split. That's what I would bet on, that today was the split. So that's what I would say, Neil, but I don't have any way to, outside of a web search, I don't really have a way to confirm that. There's no way in the software to say, hey, the stock split today. But there's no question the stock has split at some point, looking at this chart. You got it, Scott, of course. And again, keep them coming, folks. Keep them coming. We've got questions if we've got questions, right?
SMR.
Alrighty. All right, so another question's coming in. All right, we'll move through a few more of these charts on the relative strength from the open scan there. ZNTL. So obviously not a great looking daily chart, but having itself a day today. Pharmaceutical stock. So, one of those ones I'd be careful long term on it because we could see it really likes to do the nasty to people here. Really likes to do the nasty. Not very liquid, at this point in the day, 600,000 shares traded on it, doing normal volume. Perhaps just having a sympathy bounce day, right? After being beat up so bad. So it's not anything I'm personally interested in, but there it is nonetheless. I will note this, one of the reasons that I like the relative strength from the open when I was doing some day trading is, you could have a stock that's so beat like this, but it's all about what it's doing today from the open, right? And the same thing, you get something that gapped way down and then it's recovering. And if you were doing it based on change from close, you wouldn't see it, right? But because it's doing it based on the open, we can't see those bouncers in that regard with this. So a lesson to learn from that, I guess. There, PLSE. Another. Did we talk about this already? I think we talked about this and it moved down the list because one of these moved up the list, right? I'm not crazy, am I? I mean, neither here nor there, but I'm pretty sure we talked about PLSE and these topping and bottoming shadows in this chart and the pullback and all that stuff like that. Yep, fairly. I'm 100% certain we talked about this one. Sorry. Circling back on me here. Chris's smart risk levels don't show for Holly trades. That's why I was grayed out. Right, but I couldn't get it to show. Like on this chart here, it wasn't giving it to me. Oh, there it is. All right, that's what it was. Thanks, Pepe. I knew I was missing something. I know it doesn't show on the Holly trades. I didn't realize if I was on a Holly trade, I just couldn't select it. That's what it was. Pepe knows more than anybody, I think. You got a mind like a sponge. I thought I did. Yours even deeper. TSLL, it's a Tesla ETF or whatever the heck you want to call it. Playing Tesla at a lower price. It's leveraged. If you like Tesla and you don't want to buy the stock at the prices that it's at, I disagree, Pepe. You know every bit as much as anybody else I know, without any question. You really not just this software, just in general, the markets and tech in general. Give yourself some credit. So, but yeah, Tesla. If you're looking for a cheaper way to trade it, I just be careful. It's a leveraged one, so it's going to move double what Tesla is moving essentially. But it's a good trading vehicle nonetheless. I guess good is a relative term, And last but not least, LUNR. If it ever wants to load, maybe, kind of, sort of, please, and thank you. There we go. So, obviously, not a whole lot to comment here on a daily chart of it. The thing is, moving down, and it's had some wild days, obviously, and some wild volume. It's making a move up now, or had been on the day anyways, for a period of time. Not crazy about those topping and bottoming shadows through here like that. Got a lot of them. Anyways, nevertheless, it's there. I think this is going to have something to do with AI plays and data and stuff like that, right? Yeah. Space exploration infrastructure. Okay, I don't even know then. Forget I said anything about AI. Maybe something, but no interest there for me anyways. That's for sure. Yeah, it's not showing, Scott, because if you're on a Holly trade, that's what happens. If you're on a Holly trade, so like PLSE, you won't get it. If we go to, I don't know, let's go to VERV. And now if we right click, we go to properties, you see I select it now. So I just didn't realize you couldn't select it when on a Holly trade. I knew it wouldn't show it when you're on a Holly trade. Like if I click on PLSE now, you'll see the smart risk is gone. But if I click on something that's not a Holly trade, BW, you see it's going to come back now. That's all. That was what's with it. I thought you could select it. There's also like other things when you have something selected on chart, you can't select other things like that. But like I said, I didn't realize that I couldn't select it when on one of the Holly trades. That's all. So that is the short and skinny of that. I don't see anything. I think we're kind of caught up on the questions, but keep them coming. Keep them coming. Don't hold back. Don't hold back. With all that said, I'd take this in a different direction. Normally, I'd go and let's look at the market or some sectors. Not a whole lot has changed since we talked last Monday, other than we've made another new all-time high. I guess, I just like to bang on the bears. But believe me, if things ever flip bearish and, the bulls won't stop, I'll hammer the bulls too. Don't get me wrong. A spade's a spade, and you call it out. When it's wrong, it's wrong. But, look, consolidated at another new all-time high. And I discussed this before. Underneath the hood, you know, when you're seeing volume like this and you're seeing this happen like that, and we're in an overall very bullish environment, you know, you can consider that's likely accumulation. Not always, but it was in this case without any question, as we made another new all-time high today and continue to make all-time highs. And, you know, one thing I think is so important to iterate here, and that it used to get me a lot before I just, you know, turned off any external noise whatsoever. The economy, inflation, all the stuff that bothers you about the world and any of that stuff like that have absolutely nothing to do with the market whatsoever. If you need any further evidence than this, there's probably no hope for you. I'm sorry, but take a look at this chart. I think we can all agree that going to the grocery store is really uncomfortable for the last 18 plus months. If you bought a new car, it's insane. Everybody's utility bills are beyond off the charts from what they used to be. And nevertheless, that is the stock market right now, right? The stock market doesn't care about any of that stuff. It's absolutely irrelevant to it. It means nothing to it. And if you think it does, re-examine everything. Please do yourself and re-examine. That does not mean that a big economic event like 2008 can't come along and do what it does to the market, right? And we could debate endlessly about what the Fed has done and Treasury and blah, 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 blah. And that's fine. And we can have all those debates anybody can have all the debates that they want. Are you going to sit on the sideline and not make money? I mean, is that what you're going to do? Right. So anyways, that's why I like the swing trading. It's a little less painful for me personally, being able to take positions with deeper stops, smaller positions, let those work, let those run, let those ride. If I'm wrong, the stop gets hit, I'm out. The market turns on me. I have a stop. I'm protected. That's it. If and when the market, it's not if, it's when the market turns back towards that bullish side, we find the strength after the sell-off, the same as it ever was. Trends are friends, all those things like that. So anyways, I just, you know, I can't stress enough how much it used to hold me back when, oh, the market's this big bubble and it's inflated and it's propped up and I'm just sitting on the sideline whining about it. Meanwhile, everybody else around me is making money, right? It didn't make any sense. You know, I was cutting off my head despite my nose, or whatever that saying is like that. So with all of that said, you know, I'm looking to put some money to work on some swing ideas here. All right. And so some things that I'm looking at right now that I started a note here today, SMR, get rid of this stuff off my chart. All right. Now I like this. It's been in a nice uptrend. I don't know much about it. Don't really care anything about it. We're up above $10. Volume, liquidity are nice. What I'm not crazy about is how far price is extended off of this indicator right now. I'm going to keep an eye to see if we can't get a consolidation. If it continues to move up without me, it continues to move up without me. That's just the way it goes. But, you know, I've liked, you know, this rate in here when we could see it, you know, made this big move up and pulled back into it, and it pulled back in. But look how the steps stayed nice and easy. So I'd love to see that happen again and give me a shot here. And again, if it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Patience is one of the most rewarded virtues I could possibly think of. Someone else may see this chart and they think it's terrible for a multitude of reasons. They may see it and think it's time to get in now. Everybody's trading plan's different. If your trading plan's working, do it, right? Do it. If it's not, then re-examine and build a new, cutting off my nose despite my face. I can hear. Excellent. Perfect. I'm gonna put my earphones back in just in case Barry starts speaking to me. Hear his lovely voice. Yeah. So, anyways, SMR. I'm taking a hard look at that. I lost that price alerts page here. It's somewhere here. I'm gonna look for that P window. P price alerts. There we go. Move that here maybe. INOD. I believe this is the one that Peter mentioned. I stuck a price alert here just so I'm reminded to take a look at it later in the day again. I may or may not have some longer term interest in it. Again, I'd like to see it a little closer to this indicator here, but that's not the worst off of it. PAGS, one of those computer programming, whatever, stocks. It's one of those ones that could cut you both ways for sure. It has some nice runs to the upside, some terrible runs to the downside, especially like let's look at it on a weekly chart. It's just stock that I've traded a bunch of times over the years. So we can see this thing has done some crazy stuff, both sides, right? I mean, look at that's an epic collapse right there from $60 all the way down here, probably below $10 down there, right? So we've seen it do some epic collapses. We've seen it do some epic runs too. I don't know. Has a base down here? Is it ready to get out of first gear? I don't know, but I'm gonna keep an eye. Generally, it trades over 1 million shares a day. You know, it's at 1.3 million now, so I'm gonna keep an eye on it. Will I get in it? I have no idea. Your guess is as good as mine if I'll get in it at this point. But I'm gonna watch it and see if it can't hold up above this 12 level, maybe start to build and get a day or 2 or 3 run out of it. Snapchat, I actually had a position in this. I closed it Friday. Obviously, hindsight's 2020. I wish I hadn't closed it, but I had the position from back here. I think I had it like 1509, 15. Hold on, let me go back to 1513. I had a position at 1513 on Friday. You know, I'd had it for quite a while. I didn't want to leave the money working any longer, and I knew full well that if I got out of it, it could continue to move up. But, you know, early in the day, I'm like, oh, I'm a genius. Look at it move down, right? And then now I'm like, oh, I'm an idiot. Look at it move up, right? So, you know, all that stuff, hindsight 2020 and everything like that. You know, my thing was this level here. It was really struggling with that level here. I'm going to revisit it. Will I get back in it? I don't know. It's tough. Once I've made money in a stock, I tend to move on from it. When I double dip on stocks too soon, I seem to always hand back money to the market gods, and I'm not a fan of handing money to them in any matter, way, shape, or form. So with that said, yeah. Anyways, Snap, I'm going to keep looking at it. You know, we'll see what happens. Is there an hourly gong or time? No timers or anything like that, Michael. Sorry. The only sound is, you know, sound alerts. Like, you know, you could set sound alerts and price alerts. You could set sound alerts with Holly. You could set sound alerts with a multi window and an alert window, but no other sound within the software at this time. Penn, you know, it's same thing, something similar to PAGS. It's one of those stocks. It's kind of done the crazies ish, right? Let's go back to a weekly and, you know, play it out here. And we can see here coming out of the pandemic, just absolutely nuts, but it's been terrible falling knife ever since. Will it ever stop falling? I don't know. Obviously, nobody knows if it will, but, you know, it's meeting some scan setups here for me this morning, and got to take note of these kinds of things. Did it base down here? Did it bottom? You know, kind of looks like a bottoming process, right? We can hold up above this 20 level. I may be taking a shot in this and see if we can't get a gap fill on it here, right? Again, it's extended off of this here, the 16, you know, $4 extension on a $20 stock off that. I'd love to see this catch up, you know, and be closer to 1750 before taking a shot in while it's around that 20 level. We'll see. We'll see how the market closes today. You know, one of the things that I'm considering on any of these that I'm talking about for position is that there's nothing on any index chart, whether we look at the Qs, right? If we look at SPY, if we look at diamonds, right? There's nothing on one of those charts that gives me any kind of bearish feeling whatsoever. With that said, could we have a pullback today? Could the whole thing come crashing down today? Absolutely. We've seen it happen before, right? Happened plenty of times in history. There's not always warning signs when these things happen. They're not always flash to us right away. With that said, I don't see any warning signs right now, and I can't trade on what may happen, right, out of fear. I got to trade on what may happen out of trading plan. That's what I'm going to trade on. So, you know, these things to keep in mind. IWM, just really fast. I believe this is still holding up over 200. Yeah, so it's still holding up over 200. Came and tested it Friday, got back, stayed back above it. We've been fighting with that 200 level. The IWM has been a very, 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 very long time. Is the IWM like, oh my God, the IWM is so important. If it doesn't go anywhere, I can't trade it. No, the IWM is not that important. You have individual stocks that are worth more than all the stocks in the IWM put together times 10. So again, perspective. But what I will say is that when the IWM is working, we generally have a friendlier bullish market. More of a risk on kind of setting, I would say we have. Nothing's ever easy with this world, but more of a risk on setting when the IWM, the Russell 2000, whatever you want to call it, when that is working, generally speaking, we find more trades that'll be working for us in the longer term setting, whether it's, a day and a half, 2 days, 3 days, so on and so forth, on whatever your time frame happens to be. ENVX was another one that popped up here that I'm looking at. Again, very extended off this level here, but did have a bottoming process here. It's moved up, it's pulled back, it's moved back up again. It's got a nice mountain to climb up here towards that level. So again, just looking at it in that sense, what could be, what has been. Like I said, a lot of these that I'm looking at, and we'll be tracking for a few days. I don't think I'm running into anything. Let me rephrase that. I'm not going to be running into anything right now, especially extended off that. BTDR last but not least on this. And the same theme, pretty extended off of this right now. But, it's an intriguing chart to me. Come on now. Came up, rejected, came up, rejected, came up, rejected, came up, rejected. Here it is again, near that level, right? And outside of that big sell-off here, hasn't really been able to bust down these levels again. We had a nice consolidation through here. Volume has stayed very decent through all this. Plenty of liquidity. Just get that right out of here. Plenty of liquidity that we've got going on here, over 3 million shares traded. So there you have it, sports fans. Some things that I'm looking at. HPE. I don't know, what's HPE? Hewlett Packard, isn't that? Maybe. I feel like that's, yeah, Hewlett Packard. It's hard with Hewlett Packard. You got over $1 billion in the float, so you really need institutions to take a liking to this one. But not a bad looking daily chart overall here, right? I'm looking for something that's a real slow roller of patience, but you got to watch. Cuts both ways, real big that side, not so great that way, right? Big move, lose it. So, how long do you want your money tied up in it and all those things like that? Earnings are quite a ways away. So, if the overall market's looking strong, this may be something that someone considers for some multitude of reasons in their trading plan. HP. Is there news or catalyst? Nope, no news column, none of that stuff. Sorry, Michael. None of that in the scanner here. The best you got is in the single stock window and the Google API that feeds this news here. That's really it as far as that goes. In scans, your columns are going to be pretty standard with the filters for the most part. Bring over a configure for an alert window. So anything that's a filter in here, like the alerts don't show a column, but if you scroll down into the filters, any one of these, you could show it as a column. The only other columns that exist are these ones here on the bank of the right side. So you've got, this set right here. I just covered up company name, but that's, company name. That's really it right there. The quality and description have to do with the alert type. So for example, any alert that has, sorry, let me get rid of that drawing. And let's scroll back up. So any alert that has a filter setting to it, an alert filter, that will use the quality essentially. And a lot of alerts have it, not all. But so we can see the check mark, inverted check mark doesn't. These locked here, crossed, all that, they don't have it. Stepping down doesn't have it. Some of these crossed above and below the opens and closes, they don't have it. Halt and resume doesn't have it. These others here, they don't have it. But for the most part, a lot of the alerts do. Like I said, not all of them. I'd put somewhere, I guess maybe cap at about 65% of the alerts, maybe 60% of the alerts. They have, and if you come to the selected alerts filter, you'll see here's a number of that are just in here right now because of different windows I've clicked on throughout the day. Some different alert filters here. So that's it. I know it's not what you're looking for, Michael, but if you're just looking for some columns to look at some different data and get some different things to look at, just to ingest and kind of poke around the software more, it may be of an interest in that regard to you. So it's going higher. Michael Anthony, you know better than that. Come on, man. You know, that's why it makes it hard for me to want to answer people's chart questions when people put things like that. I mean, there's no way over the how many years we're doing this for, you know for a fact, I'm never, ever going to tell someone something is going higher or going lower. The day that I do that, call 911. There's probably someone robbing my house here and has a gun to my head. That's the only time I'd say something like that as like a thing someone would only do in an extreme emergency if they needed help, right? So come on, don't do that. That's not polite. Yeah, Michael. You know, like I said, I know that's not exactly what you were looking for, but you know, when we're building scans and things like that, and depending on how far people want to go, those columns may never become of an actual use to you, but you won't know if they are until you played around with them a little bit, right? And so I think it's important, especially if you're diving deeper into the software, which I know you generally have done some deeper diving with the software. I think it's important to at least give a look at some of those things like that, and you could say, "Yo, you know what, for me," and or you know what, yeah, it's interesting, but not important. No need to get hung up on type of thing like that. So, so that's that. Yeah, but you know that their partnership or whatever has nothing to do with the chart as far as I'm concerned. You know, I'm looking at technicals. You know, I'm not looking at fundamentals and news headlines like that. That's just all there is to it. So I wish them all the best. I hope they make $11 trillion in their partnership, and somehow I hope I get to participate in it. But if
how many zeros is that?
Oh, Barry, it's, you know, it's more fingers and toes than I have times two.
Ooh, fingers and toes. Okay.
Yeah, and I have all my fingers and toes, just in case anybody's wondering. No firework incidents ever.
No fire or frostbite.
Or frostbite, that's correct.
Oh, okay. Well, listen, I'll let you go before you blow a gasket. And and yeah, I have no idea why I can hear you now. I honestly haven't done anything differently. I just
Interesting.
Yeah.
I got, you know, listen,
on Friday also.
I'll say half the time Microsoft does some update to whatever, you know, oh, there's an update. Do you want to install it? Yeah, I click yes or whatever. Almost half the time it does that, for whatever reason, all my sounds go wacky on me. And I've got to redo. Slack is going to a different place, and then StreamYard's going to a different place, and then Chrome is going to a different place. I got to get the whole thing back in order. And it's like, how does an update do that to me all the time? But, you know, I think they just want to keep me on my toes. That's all right.
Well, it's an obvious answer. They don't like you.
They're not the only ones.
Anyway, my friend, I'm glad I was able to talk to you. So
me as well.
You say you're off next Monday, okay? So
yeah, we'll get taking next Monday. Michael said he would do it, and just to remind him when we get closer to that. So
sure, I'll do that. Okay.
All right. Thank you, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you, Barry.
See you in a couple of weeks then.
And we'll see you on the next one. Take care. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Everyone.
Bye-bye. Okay, guys, let me take back. Just give me a moment, guys. Just got to get my music going. Very, very expensive lunch, guys. Because I look over here and I see that Pulse, PLSE, at 12:01 hit the gap up and go. I know it was an earlier alert, a lot earlier in the AI, kind of chopped around a bit. But look what happened. PLSE, 15:45, before it pulled back at 17. That was an expensive break. Anyway, now I'm watching the SYRE. It's a gap up and reverse, and it's actually gone negative. So what I'm going to do is just put a price alert around a little over 25 and see if it takes it out. Looks like it's trying to bounce though, actually. What happened to CMG today? From Michael Anthony. So they've obviously done their stock split. Okay, they've done their stock split, and other than that, I have no idea. I don't see any specific reason. I don't see any news other than I know they did their stock split. Unless this was on the 7th. This was yesterday. News came in. Yeah, Sequoia Financial Advisor sells 196 shares. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to say that's the reason, but they did do a stock split, a forward split, of course. All right, so SYR. Now the issue is, and I may have to up the volume a little bit. The volume. I think I want more volume. I might have to up the volume a little bit more in this scan. Now, because I think I mean, the relative volume is 1.9. I mean, it's not terrible, but I think I might have to up the volume a little bit more. The only thing is that next week I'm sure we're going to get a lot of alerts when we start getting into earnings season in a big way. So I may not have to up the volume. Okay, guys. Rascal Zap. I'm just looking at Zap. I have that one thumbnailed. ZAPP. So let's see now. So ZAPP. So there's the VWAP, $7. It's at the VWAP. It's a little bit above the 10 SMA. Of course, the attraction in this one is the fact that it hit 830 in the pre-market. And, could it get close to that again later on? Oh, I don't know if they had a downgrade, Michael, CMG. I have no idea. Just look, my headlines didn't show anything about that. Or did they? I don't know. Yeah, I don't see a downgrade for Chipotle, but again, it did a forward split. Maybe, so I have no idea why it's doing what it's doing. Okay, guys, you've been talking about GLW all day, Draw. I don't see it as an earnings play for some reason. Oh, I thought you said it was an earnings play. I'm wrong. Well, it's been a pretty decent one after that pullback in the pre-market. It's basically been straight up. It's guidance. Okay. Here we go. Right. 1031. Well, I'm sure it probably happened earlier, but yeah, shatters expectations with upbeat Q2 guidance today. Okay, so may as well be an earnings play. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, not seeing, now, this LBPH is getting maybe into my buyback zone. This is the first, I mean, that's a pretty red candle here, but I'm going to keep watching this. There's a little support maybe at 30. This is the one that for me, was a massive swing trade. Did pretty well on it, actually, but I was hoping it would hold up in this area, but it didn't. Oof, we saw this HEPS down around here, I think, around 287. Big float. Ugh, ugly looking 15-minute chart, guys. BPTH, up, down, up, down, up, down. What's the news on IVP? He didn't want to race, so I'll have to type it in. I don't see it. I mean, we saw it in the pre-market, of course, but well, okay. So what if you're talking about what happened here? I don't know why it jumped in the pre-market, but I do see that they announced. Looks like at noon they announced a financing, which I don't like. Midday financing news. So that probably, yeah, you can see right here that was right at noon, and you can see that big red candle down. Why it went up in the pre-market, I have no idea. I don't think I saw any news on it. But certainly this was caused because of financing. This candle right there at noon. All right, zap. Well, that, of course, Daniel, is a smart thing to do. Try to take advantage as best they can to an increase in share price to do a financing. I mean, that is the smart thing to do. Agony here. Got a little bit of this zap, but it ran away from me. Didn't get it all I wanted, but that might be a good thing. I don't know. I was concerned about that. 721. So the next level is 777. Not saying it's getting there, of course. It's the first one in my homepage. Okay, it's the first one. It may not be. It may not have the same name, but it's the first one on my homepage. Again, looking for a little more action. Certainly, this one action in that the volatility. All right, I took some off around the 725 mark for Zap. I didn't get as much as I wanted. Today's volume. Okay, Michael, in our YouTube room, today's volume versus the last 30 days. You mean the average over the last 30 days? That seems to be pretty simple. If that's what you mean. Let me just go to, I think it has to come into the filter codes. Yeah, let me just see. So today's volume is there. So TV, okay, with the closed brackets. And so we don't have 30-day. We don't have 30-day. We have the 5-day, 10, and 3-month. We don't have 30-day. $10-day? Okay. No, why? That's a crazy one. When they did these, this was a long time ago. So there's no. All right. So that's pretty simple. If you want the volume to be greater or a minimum percent more, just give me a moment. All right, so there's a ratio. So if you use that custom formula and say you want it to be at least 1.5 times or whatever that number, you just put that in the min. Okay, whatever ratio you want, if that makes sense. So the TV is today's volume. The vol, again, they must have done this a long time ago because obviously it should say vol 10-day, but it doesn't. But that would be the formula to use. Okay, and then in the min, put whatever ratio you want. You want it to be double, 1.5 times, twice as much. You know what I mean? Just put whatever ratio you think is what you want. Oh, I have no idea about that. There's more to it. There's more to the relative volume, in my opinion. But anyway, that you can use. Yeah, it should because it's just today's volume. I don't think that means it has to start at 9:30. I think it's today's volume. Should work in the pre-market. All right, guys. Well, that was a quick trade, guys. A very, very quick trade for the Zap. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it seems draw seems to be wanting to hold that 30 level. I think I'm going to give it the day though. Okay, I want to see if it really holds the 30 level. I got pretty excited in the pre-market when it got up to 30, almost 37. I thought, oh wow, it's going to. Funny how your emotions work because I did sell it right before the end on Friday, a little over 35, and then when I saw this morning, I'm beating myself up a little. Okay, I'm not really seeing too much. All right, guys, just give me a moment. I'm just reading through some of the internal discussions that we're having at Trade Ideas. Give me a moment, guys. I just there's a lot of internal discussion happening here. All right. Yeah, well, Jacob, people, I think they get the wrong idea about what happens for me anyway when I'm on the mic. You can ask me questions all day long. If I'm in a trade, which I need to devote 100% of my attention, fine, I'll let you know. But typically, though, that's not the case. Even if I'm in a trade, now shoot, this castle I like because of the room, the daily, but that spread has never tightened up. Well, I shouldn't say never, but not when I've been looking at it, the spread is still not that great. And again, this blue screen you see here is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So, I mean, there's really not a lot shaking today when you look at the overall market. SPY is basically flat. The Dow is down a little. The Nas is up a little. So, really not a lot shaking. Individually, of course, we can always find interesting things like obviously the ANVS. And boy, that Pulse, that was a good one. I mean, that was a good one. Either from the AI at 15 or you could wait 1545, getting up to 17 from the gap up and go scan. Well, it's a ratio, right? So it doesn't really matter what unit you use, Michael. I mean, you can leave it blank. It's not mandatory, but it's a ratio. Yeah, it's a ratio. So it's not but it does, you can leave it blank. There's like, it's not going to help the scan or hurt the scan or the custom formula. Nice. Whoever kept talking about GLW, was that you, Draw? And nice on this one, this GLW. I mean, it may as well be an earnings play. All right, for fun. My computer's going to go a little crazy, so I'm going to mute myself just for a second here. All right, so it's nothing spectacular, but for instance, this week we've got less than 40 companies releasing earnings. Next week we've got a little over 100. Okay, so you can see the increase. And the week after that will probably be in the 500 range. Okay, so that's what I'm saying. We get into earning season. I'm very excited to see what happens with this gap continuation or reversal scan because just think about it when a company releases earnings, typically there's going to be usually there's going to be a reaction one way or the other. And so what we'll try to, for instance, this didn't meet the filter requirements, but this would have been a gap up and go. But for whatever reason, it didn't meet the filter requirements. And I can tell you exactly why. So I'm going to increase this. Okay, so this might be on my homepage. So I've got a $30 price chart or a $30 max. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, okay, then it's a bug, Michael, I guess. An error code. Must be a bug then. Okay, nothing I can help you with there. I guess it's been. Let me see if I can duplicate it. Okay, I just want to make sure. I'm talking to Michael in our YouTube room. I just want to make sure I can duplicate it before I tell him that it is a bug. No bug. No bug for me. Make sure those are square brackets, right? I'm just looking right here. Okay. No bug for me. TV. Okay. Hmm. ANVS guys, maybe another run to the end of the day. Now, notice what happens. See the GLW now shows up. Okay, and that's because now you can do the same thing if you want. Okay, so if you're taking my scan, this the gap continuation or reversal scan, and you want to increase the price range, like I just did, all you have to do is right click if you have it loaded. No, give me one moment, please. False alarm. Okay, so if you want to increase your price range for all of the strategies at the same time, okay, all of the alerts windows at the same time, you just have to right click on configure all, and then click edit. Now, if you check them all, now you don't have to. If some of you don't want to short, that's fine. But if you have them all checked, edit the selected, and you'll see that you can do this. Okay, there's the price. So you will see if you've loaded mine, it'll have a max of 30. If you want to increase it, like I just did to 75, you can go ahead. If you don't want to, that's fine. Okay. So they report the wrong news for IVP. Who is they? Who is they trade with stop loss? But who is they? Who is they that reporting the wrong news? You're saying it's a reverse split? I mean, I know it was a reverse split earlier, but I don't know when it. But this is the news I have today for it. Pricing of the $6 million public offering. Sarah, you got to change your name, Sarah, to S. Well, call yourself Sarah MCI. No, listen. You know what? There are people like you who just want to specialize in trading one stock, trying to figure out, how to trade one stock, become a specialist. And you are obviously, I don't know if I'm sure you haven't made money every single time, but there's nothing wrong with that approach. Some people just like to do that. It's the float too. I mean, 50 million in the float for a $900 stock, that is very low. All right, guys, 1:38. So I am going to go over my home page one last time today. And I just want to make sure people understand that today may be the last day for the 25% off, okay? Okay, so if you do click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here is that Barry 25. Barry 25, you'll get 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And it's supposed to be good until 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight, okay? Now, sometimes it is carried over the next day, but I can't guarantee that. If you want to take advantage of 25% off, there it is. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription, no matter what the code is, please use my code. This will really help to keep these rooms free, okay? Because the rooms get credit for the subscription, and that helps to keep the rooms free. Again, if you take out a subscription, you must do the Get Started. 10 short videos. The first one that you're download and install, first startup and login, important introduction to scans, top lists and alert windows, okay? 10 short videos. And Trading 101, if you're new to trading, great series of videos. It's all free. If you're new to trading, I really recommend you take a look at this. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for free, of course. The trade of the week is also free, and you can sign up for it. The trade of the week this week is Snap, and the trigger was 1640. So this is triggered. Now, how and if you trade it is up to you, okay? I mean, Steve looks at things differently from me, okay? And which is fine. I mean, that's why I always say, When I take my breaks between 12 and 1 Eastern time every day, one of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. We have 5 days of the week, 5 different traders. We all have different trading styles. So for instance, when I look at this, I go, well, wait a minute. I see a high right there of 1653. I see a high of 1676. I see a high of 17. So, for me, it's, it's not as attractive, but, Steve has a way of looking things that is different. It's that simple. And it's usually explained in the email. We all have different ways of looking at the market and charts. There's no right or wrong. So that is the trade of the week. And if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Could have somehow gone in there. Big education section is all here. And then here are my scans that I'm currently sharing. Yeah, so this is the race. I know it doesn't say the same, but it's the biggest gainers from the open percent. This is it. And then these two are correctly named. And then the Hulse resumes over here, but this is the halt. This is the gap continuation or reverse. Now this one will be the repeating version. Okay, so you'll see the stock over and over again every time it meets the filter requirements and makes a new high for the day. You'll see it over. I choose to just have the don't repeat version so I can see it. I just want to see it the first time and then see what happens from there. I can go back in time and say, okay, what happened from there? But you can have the repeating version if that's what you want. Oh man. Well, you know what? There you go. I was not paying attention. I wanted to go long LBPH and I accidentally shorted it. So I've just taken myself out. So you know what? You got to pay attention. It's not a massive loss or anything, but I couldn't understand why my P&L was going down instead of up. I know I said I thought I'd wait to the end, but it just looked pretty. It looked pretty good. So, Draw, I have you to thank for posting that LBPH 31 plus, because then I looked at my P&L and I said, well, wait a minute, how could I be losing? And I see that the dreaded negative sign in front of my shares. Where's the VWAP? 3250. So yeah, the VWAP is way above it. No, you helped me. You helped me, Draw. That's what I'm saying. You helped me. Otherwise, I may not have looked at my P&L on the LBPH. So you done good. Your cut is my praising you every morning for all the stuff you do. How's that? Not good enough. Attaboys. This might be an interesting short now, guys. Maybe. I mean, the GLW, I mean, it's been strong all day. May as well be an earnings play. But if it got down to 42.87, that 10 SMA, that blue line right there is the 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. If we get a candle closing below it, that could give us a little bit of a short op. Looks like there could be some support around 42.40. Oh, okay. I thought for some reason I thought this was a more expensive stock, but obviously it is not. About the SHPW. GPCR is not a knife that you would try to cash, okay? GPCR. Yeah. Okay, that's why it's not showing up anywhere for me. The relative volume is only 0.64, so that's why it's not showing up in any one of my scans. Ooh, LGVN. Now we haven't seen this one for a bit. Of course, had from back here, early June, from middle of June, it went from 85 cents all the way up to 409. It has come back, maybe trying another run. 222 is the next high looking left. That's kind of close. This could be an interesting one to watch after hours, the VRPX. See if it settles down a little bit, though it's starting to fade. These highs up here, but it's all about, how much room there is when you look left on a weekly chart. And that, obviously is going to get some, and look at, the volume just stupendous. Draw said it was around a little under 2 million for the float. So let's just say it's 2 million. So this has traded the float, 72 and a half times already. Another a couple of hours left. All right, guys. Well, maybe a bit of a short opportunity right here for GLW. Your support could be around 40 cents away. It closed below that 15, sorry, the 10 SMA in the 15-minute chart. All right. So, William, what time today? No pressure, of course, but what time today, if any? Fourish? Okay. So, William, we'll keep the main room open until fourish, as he says. So, I'll be taking off probably right around 2:30, 2:30, between 2:30 and quarter to 3. I'll always say later if there are questions, but take advantage of some excellent weather. And before I leave, for YouTubers, I will put the main trading room link into YouTube, so you can head over to the. I'm sorry, yeah, I'll put the main trading room link into our YouTube room, so you can head over there, and if you want, because William will keep the room open until fourish, as he says. This HEPS has been a sneaky one all day. HEPS. This is a China stock. It is not a China stock. Again, this is Turkey. This is one of those ones from Turkey that we saw. So this is a Turkish stock. Draw. Are you in? And you know what I'm talking about. Are you in? Come on, you know which one. That's it. I'm in trade mode on this one. Okay. Obviously, if it can take out the VWAP, but the VWAP is significantly far away. $32.47. So $32.47. So it's about $1 away, and what's a penny among friends or between friends? I don't think it dropped below 30, did it? No, it did not drop below 30. 30, 34 was the low. Yeah. You're waiting for 34.50 plus. Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking at it just a trade right now. Not a big hold. Oh, 31.50. Okay. What's wrong with me? I could have sworn it said 34.50. This could turn into our little cash cow. The spread is not great, but watch IVP now. Okay. Holding two. All right. So it did close above that. I mean, if you're a follower of this 10 SMA, it did close above it on the 15-minute chart. It did close above it. Now, guys, another way to use this too. I mean, just because it says gap up and reverse, I mean, I was watching this one. I thought, okay, that's a nice little pop. Boy, I mean that's a nice reversal from the gap up and reverse. This is like a gap up and reverse reverse. And that's a big move. 25 to 26. Now, I know it's not easy to predict, but using it like a watch list. Okay, guys, it's at 2:02, so I might have a little more, about a half an hour left. So good opportunity to ask questions if you have any. Now ZIM is now making its way down again. Okay, not much though. Okay, low was 1863. This was just an awesome one at the beginning of the day. Well, there's HEPS again. This Turkish stock. HEPS, where is the resistance on the monthly chart? Wow. I mean, I think the next high is 576 on the monthly chart. Yeah. Hmm. It's a big. I have to check that website. That's a big float. 159 million for a $3 stock. Just want to check that other website just to confirm. Yeah, they don't even have. They don't even have the float for that one, so it is high. Then usually when they don't have the float, that means it's high. Yeah, dilution may not matter. So, so it is a high. High float. High float. L- Large float. Yee, good one. IVP. Nicely done. Not in it, but nicely done. Nice spot on that two break. Now you can see where it got to. Can it take that out? That candle right there, which is at 249, and that candle got to 249. So that's right there is a little bit of resistance. If it pops through that, then look out for the IVP. So you can see what's happened. It got stuck right on that high right there. And see if it takes that. I'm going to put a price alert around 253. If I can take that out, this could be one of those late bloomers, late day bloomers, because it did get up to almost 4 in the pre-market. So all right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, I'm back. Yeah, I mean, this IVP, if it takes out this 250 again, or for the first time, really, this could have that one of those late day runs. Volume is, pretty decent volume that came in on this current 15-minute candle. Okay, now Zap is testing 7 again, guys. Okay, ZAPP is testing 7 again. See if I can find it. There we are. So testing 7 again. It's been very, very choppy, extremely choppy. When you look at it and you look left on a weekly chart, you can see the next high. Wow, it's up here. 1019. This was back November of last year. I haven't seen this one all day, guys. Oric, ORIC, and the relative volume. Okay, it's not bad. Not bad volume, 500,000, 3 relative volume. I haven't seen this one all day. Volume actually just coming in. Look at the volume bar on this, or volume on this one, 153,000. 3 minutes to close. So it's a big part of today's volume right here. I see what Shady is looking at. So GBX, this was an AI alert, okay, on a short. Did pretty well, actually. Pulled up again, though. But he's looking at this area here, a breakdown through all this. Now that could get it going on the way down. And there's the low of the day, 41.38. So about $1 to that low. Little bit spready, yeah, 41.58 for a $42 stock. Not the worst, but I'd like to see it a little tighter. Yeah, but that 0.00012%, when you're right, they really go. All right, I have to check to see if this one is shortable for me. The ANVS, it actually looks pretty weak. Well, not super weak, but dipping down below 15 now. Yeah, just not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So forget that for me. ICU, okay. I haven't. I don't know if ICU has showed up anywhere. That's why the relative volume is. It's only 1.65. Doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that's why it's not going to show up on most of my scans. That's all. Okay, here's one that I haven't seen all day is RVYL. RVYL. And what type of room does it have? So it looks like it's right at that 218. The next high looking left is 229. So again, broken record for me. I just don't see enough room before it hits those next highs. All right, guys, IVP. I'm just going to say IVP now. IVP trying to take out 250 again. So a mini struggle going on at 250 for IVP. I mean, this is not too bad. NIU, it's got room to 240 or so from 219. I mean, 20 cents for a $2 stock. That's not terrible through the 200-day moving average. NIU. Tesla almost back to the VWAP. 252.70. And so it's below the VWAP now. 252.70. Oh, I see. Almost back to it. Okay. Yeah, it definitely a struggle, Tony, to get through that 250 for IVP. It broke broke it by a few pennies, but that was it, and it came right back down. Okay, guys, I've got about 9 minutes left. Okay, so if you've got questions, ask now. I have about 9 minutes left. So what I'm going to do is for our YouTubers, I will put the main trading room link in there. So if you want, you can head over to our main room. William will keep that open until 4-ish. Okay, guys. Again, I'm not seeing. Well, I'm not going to trade. It's 7 minutes. I'm out of here. So ZIM, right? You don't mean, or do you mean ZIMN? I know ZIM did. Yeah, right at the very beginning of the day. That showed up here a little late because now understand I have a delay on this on purpose. Okay, I don't. This nothing starts until 9:45. Now you don't have to do the same thing, but when I didn't have the delay on purpose, what was happening is, yeah, you get a stock that was gapping down, then it would come back up, and then gapping down, it'd come back up. Too whippy. So I put a delay of 15 minutes. You don't have to do the same thing if you don't want to. This is what I'm talking about. See, time of day won't start until 15 minutes after the market opens, but you don't have to do the same thing if you want to make it 5 minutes or you don't care. You will get a lot of alerts right at the beginning of the day. Well, guys, this NIU is just ripping here now. NIU is just ripping. I sort of dismissed it a little bit but I said it had about 40 cents. But this NIU is on the move. Trying to see if there's any specific reason. Announces large-scale retail expansion to over 800 Best Buy stores. What do they do? The widespread adoption of two-wheel electric vehicles across North America or America. Well, that's pretty big news. Only in the States, not in Canada. Okay, guys, 227. Unless I see any news, I think I'll just pack it in now. Okay. So not news, but questions. So again, in YouTube, I've put the trading room link. If you want to head over, William will keep the room open until 4-ish, as he says. Okay. So again, thanks for all the help all day long. I'm going to stop the screen sharing now. And I'm putting myself on mute in the main room. And I have to shut down YouTube.